Hi, I'm Jennifer I from the Atlanta City Council, representing District 6 and this year's chair of the Finance Executive Committee.
Do you have a question, comment, or a suggestion related to the City of Atlanta's proposed fiscal year 2021 budget? The Atlanta City Council wants to hear from residents and stakeholders. Which services do you feel need to be prioritized in the fiscal year 2021 budget, which begins July 1st? The general fund budget is set at $673.4 million. There are several ways to reach out and submit your questions and comments to the Council today and during the virtual Town Hall meeting Tuesday, June 2nd at 6:15 p.m. Send your email to budgettalk@atlantagA.gov. If you'd prefer, you can submit a video of your question, as long as it's 15 seconds or less. For social media, tweet us at ATL Council using the hashtag ATLBudget. Submit your questions by messaging us on our Facebook page at ATL Council. To call in your questions, dial 404-546-1928, or you can text us at 404-548-2885.
We know how important the city budget is to you. We welcome your thoughts and your feedback. Thank you.
I've decided to renew the state of emergency for a third time through 11:59 p.m. on July 12th, 2020. This declaration, as you know, plays a critical, important role in our battle against coronavirus.
I'm Phyllis Jackson. Welcome to Stay at Home Connect.
With that extension, Governor Brian Kemp announces reopening guidelines for several entities, including bars and nightclubs, which will be allowed to reopen June 1st, with 39 mandatory guidelines. The new executive order allows for an increase of public gathering sizes up to 25 people in one location, as long as they abide by social distancing rules. Live venues will remain closed for now, but overnight summer camps can open provided they meet 33 guidelines, and amusement parks will be allowed to reopen June 12th, also with mandatory guidelines. Officials from Six Flags of Georgia tell me they've been working on new COVID-19 reopening protocols since March. I spoke with Gene Petriello, Director of Marketing for Six Flags and Whitewater Theme Parks.
In order for you to visit the park, you must make a reservation online. They're going to go through an infrared thermal scan, temperature scan to make sure that they are not experiencing a temperature. And you're going to go through a contactless, security, innovative checkpoint where we will not touch anybody's bag. We are requiring that all our guests wear a mask if you're 3 or older in our park, both to get into the park and throughout your visit, you must wear your mask.
Infectious disease expert Dr. Carlos Del Rio issues caution with respect to getting out and resuming life in this new COVID-19 reality.
Practice social distance. Be careful. This is not normal times. It will be normal times later. It's not going to be, but it's not right now. And just please be careful. I don't want to see you infected. I don't want to see you become a statistic.
Atlanta City Council member Dustin Hillis introduces legislation prohibiting street racing, a growing problem since the COVID-19 pandemic left many streets with little to no traffic.
Hi, I'm Jennifer I from the Atlanta City Council, representing District 6 and this year's chair of the Finance Executive Committee.
Do you have a question, comment, or a suggestion related to the City of Atlanta's proposed fiscal year 2021 budget? The Atlanta City Council wants to hear from residents and stakeholders. Which services do you feel need to be prioritized in the fiscal year 2021 budget, which begins July 1st? The general fund budget is set at $673.4 million. There are several ways to reach out and submit your questions and comments to the Council today and during the virtual Town Hall meeting Tuesday, June 2nd at 6:15 p.m. Send your email to budgettalk@atlantagA.gov. If you'd prefer, you can submit a video of your question, as long as it's 15 seconds or less. For social media, tweet us at ATL Council using the hashtag ATLBudget. Submit your questions by messaging us on our Facebook page at ATL Council. To call in your questions, dial 404-546-1928, or you can text us at 404-548-2885.
We know how important the city budget is to you. We welcome your thoughts and your feedback. Thank you.
I've decided to renew the state of emergency for a third time through 11:59 p.m. on July 12th, 2020. This declaration, as you know, plays a critical, important role in our battle against coronavirus.
I'm Phyllis Jackson. Welcome to Stay at Home Connect.
With that extension, Governor Brian Kemp announces reopening guidelines for several entities, including bars and nightclubs, which will be allowed to reopen June 1st, with 39 mandatory guidelines. The new executive order allows for an increase of public gathering sizes up to 25 people in one location, as long as they abide by social distancing rules. Live venues will remain closed for now, but overnight summer camps can open provided they meet 33 guidelines, and amusement parks will be allowed to reopen June 12th, also with mandatory guidelines. Officials from Six Flags of Georgia tell me they've been working on new COVID-19 reopening protocols since March. I spoke with Gene Petriello, Director of Marketing for Six Flags and Whitewater Theme Parks.
In order for you to visit the park, you must make a reservation online. They're going to go through an infrared thermal scan, temperature scan to make sure that they are not experiencing a temperature. And you're going to go through a contactless, security, innovative checkpoint where we will not touch anybody's bag. We are requiring that all our guests wear a mask if you're 3 or older in our park. Both to get into the park and throughout your visit, you must wear your mask.
Infectious disease expert Dr. Carlos Del Rio issues caution with respect to getting out and resuming life in this new COVID-19 reality.
Practice social distance. Be careful. This is not normal times. It will be normal times later. It's not going to be, but it's not right now. And just please be careful. I don't want to see you infected. I don't want to see you become a statistic. Atlanta
City Council member Dustin Hillis introduces legislation prohibiting street racing, a growing problem since the COVID-19 pandemic left many streets with little to no traffic.
Hi, I'm Jennifer I from the Atlanta City Council, representing District 6 and this year's chair of the Finance Executive Committee.
Do you have a question, comment, or a suggestion related to the City of Atlanta's proposed fiscal year 2021 budget? The Atlanta City Council wants to hear from residents and stakeholders. Which services do you feel need to be prioritized in the fiscal year 2021 budget, which begins July 1st? The general fund budget is set at $673.4 million. There are several ways to reach out and submit your questions and comments to the Council today and during the virtual Town Hall meeting Tuesday, June 2nd at 6:15 p.m. Send your email to budgettalk@atlantagA.gov. If you'd prefer, you can submit a video of your question, as long as it's 15 seconds or less. For social media, tweet us at ATL Council using the hashtag ATLBudget. Submit your questions by messaging us on our Facebook page at ATL Council. To call in your questions, dial 404-546-1928, or you can text us at 404-548-2885.
We know how important the city budget is to you. We welcome your thoughts and your feedback. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Felicia Moore, the President of Atlanta City Council. Welcome to our June 1st, 2020 Atlanta City Council meeting, which is being held remotely. Mr. Clerk, the roll call, please.
President Felicia A. Moore.
Present.
Council members, Post 1 at large, Michael Julian Bond. Here. Post 2 at large, Matt Westmoreland. Here. Post 3 at large, Andre Dickens. Council District 1, Carla Smith. Council District 2, Amir Faroki. Here. Council District 3, Antonio Brown. Council District 4, Cleta Winslow.
Present.
Council District 5, Natalie Mosby Archibald.
Here.
Council District 6, Jennifer Ide.
Here.
Council District 7, Howard Shook. Aye. Council District 8, J.P. Matsakais. Here. Council District 9, Dustin Hillis. Here. Council District 10, Andrea L. Boone.
Present.
Council District 11, Marcy Collier Overstreet. Council District 12, Joyce M. Shepherd.
Present.
Quorum present.
Thank you, Mr.
This is here too, sorry.
Excuse me. Thank you. Have any members joined us since the roll call?
Councilmember Brown.
Smith.
No.
Any other members? Okay, any other members?
Councilmember Brown.
We have Brown and Smith. Any other members? Okay, thank you.
Overstreet.
Smith, Brown. Okay, we got Smith, Brown, and Overstreet. Any other members? All right, we'll move on. We now will go to the adoption of the agenda. Mr. Massacite, I will like to entertain a motion to adopt the agenda with the following. The agenda being adopted with a committee of the whole, which will start with zoning, followed by committee on council, followed by a public hearing for the Community Development Human Services Committee, and then all reported standing committees and the order in which they are listed on the printed agenda.
So moved, Madam President. Councilmember Matsakite.
Second,
Is there a
Kuroki.
second?
Winslow.
So we have a motion by Massacite, a second by Kuroki to adopt the agenda. Is there any discussion? Okay. On unanimous consent of all members present on the call, unless there is an objection, we will adopt the agenda with the following: Committee on the Whole, Understanding Committees, with zoning, followed by Committee on Council, followed by a public hearing in the committee, CDHS committee. Okay? So now we will
Madam
go
President.
to, yes, Mr. Clark.
Currently, we have 15 yeas, 0 nays, is unanimous consent.
All right, thank you. All members are present. My opening remarks, I just want to wish everyone good afternoon, and thanks to members as well as members of the public who are tuning into our remote meeting. This being the first day of June, I want to recognize a couple of things. One, that June is Men's Health Awareness Month, and so we certainly want to recognize that, as well as June being LGBTQ Pride Month, and that's widely celebrated in October, but it is LGBTQ Pride Month. I certainly hope you and your families are all safe and well. There's a lot has happened since our last meeting, and please mute your phones if you're not talking. And, you know, as we continue to address matters surrounding COVID-19 and the deaths of George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery, we must remain nonviolent, focused, vocal, hopeful, and present in order to move forward and together as a community, city, state, and our country. Certainly, I believe that all that has occurred lets us know as council in the city we have a lot of work to do in addressing these issues in policy and in practice in the days, months, years, and years ahead. So as we prepare for a moment of silence, may we reflect on George Floyd and his family, Ahmaud Arbery and his family, all who someone's phone is not muted, so there's a feedback, and all who have experienced, witnessed, and advocated against injustice. I would like to also add to our moment of silence the passing of a colleague. We're saddened by the passing of attorney and former Atlanta City Council member John Sweet. Mr. Sweet served on many state and local boards and commissions, and he was a dedicated public servant. Our prayers go out to his wife and family. We also mourn the loss of Reverend Dr. Richard Cauble, who was an ordained minister and served 20 years at the historic Ebenezer Baptist Church. Reverend Cauble was the 7th president of the Concerned Black Clergy of Metropolitan Atlanta, a veteran and a human rights activist. He will certainly be missed. And we want to continue our sentiments for all those who have been adversely impacted by COVID-19. Are there any council members, and please indicate on your speaker button if you would like to speak and add any names to our moment of silence. Ms. Boone.
Yes, I would like to ask for prayers and condolences to the family of the late Mr. DeWitt N. Martin, who was a longtime president and CEO of the Butler Street YMCA, the father of DeWitt N. Martin. please keep that entire family in your prayers and condolences. He passed suddenly on last week.
Thank you, Ms. Boone. Ms. Shepherd.
Yes, I would like to add the officer who was actually injured this past weekend during our demonstration, Officer Brewer. He's in the hospital, so please let's put him in our prayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members?
Council President, this is Amir Farouki. I'm not on ELM, so I can't sign in, but if you'll indulge me, I'd like to speak a little bit further about our former colleague, John Sweet.
Please
I'd like
do.
to just extend condolences to the Sweet family. John lived in Inman Park for a remarkable 53 years, including, as intimated from your remarks, serving on the council and the District 2 seat for 8 years, and served with distinction, as I know some of my colleagues know better than I do even. But I wanted to, if it's okay, just read an excerpt from a piece of writing that also former City Council member Jabari Samama wrote in reflection and memory of John Sweet. So I'll just take 45 seconds if that's okay. Yeah. Mr. Samama wrote, in part, quote, "We set out to save the world with the zeal of Amiri Baraka and the last poets of Harlem. You tapped to the beat of the congas and lost yourself in the polyrhythms of music that fed your soul. What we were doing back then was all good to you, but you and Maynard taught us that throwing stones from the back lawn was not the same as making public policy inside the big house. You passed on us the key, even though you had just arrived. You knew how to fuse grassroots activism with legislating progressive change, and when the City Council would not heed your warnings, you preached to the lights in the old council chambers. You were arrogant, eloquent, righteous, and strident, and all for the good of a silent majority who thought they had no tongue. You spoke, blessed, lifted, and inspired them. The least of these are brothers and sisters. What I remember most are the private moments when you mentored me on how to be a good public official. Always publish your calendar so your constituents know the work you've been doing on their behalf. Send out regular newsletters to each community in your district so they can monitor your progress. These are things we take for granted now, but 30 years ago, the idea of elected officials specializing in serving citizens and communicating routinely with them was not common at all. You never sought the spotlight, but discovered others. All that you asked was that we be honest and always work for the public good. There's an African saying befitting now, quote, "It's all right to forget the good things you've done for others. It's unforgivable to forget the good things others have done for you." Thank you, John Sweet, for all you've given and done for us. Rest in peace, Sweet brother. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. And if there are no other names to be introduced, let us all please go into a moment of silence. Thank you. We are pleased today to be joined by Bishop Oliver Allen III, pastor of the Vision Church of Atlanta, located at 704 Wormwood Drive in Atlanta, to give our invocation. Bishop Allen.
Thank you, Council President. Let us pray. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, Thou who hast brought us thus far along the way, Holy One, known by many names and beyond all names, we thank you for new grace and new mercy. We thank you for this meeting and this time together. And thank you for the amazing opportunity and responsibility you've given each council member to build a city that can become a beacon of hope, prosperity, justice, and strength. In these troubling and complex times of COVID, unprecedented unemployment, social unrest, and political strife, give us a renewed determination to fight for the social justice and equity needed in all places of our great city. Give us a renewed determination to provide the access and resources that our constituents and diverse communities
desperately need. Give us a renewed determination to hear the voices of the unheard and the pleas of those without hope. Let us not be distracted by the noisiness of political debate or negative social forces that willfully strategize to undo our progress and attempt to stifle our compassion. Let us remain focused on the brilliant and seismic opportunity you have given us to bring change to Atlanta until we become the beloved community full of love, justice, and inclusion. And let us listen to the cries of revolution, restoration, and renewal. May we ever make the decisions necessary through every call we make and every email we respond to today. Let it be done with generosity and a spirit of wisdom. Bless us and bless each and every city council person with continued wisdom and courage. Thank you for the profound leadership of our city council president. Bless her with continued vision. Make us brave, make us bold, and make us healers and agents of change. We know you by many names, and I pray this in the powerful name of Jesus the Christ. Amen. Amen.
Thank you so much, Bishop Allen. If we can all now recite our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We will now move to the next section of our agenda, which are proclamations, commendations, and other special awards. Because we are meeting remotely, we do not have any. We will move now to remarks by the public. Mr. Clerk, would you please open up by letting the public understand how we're doing remarks by the public, and we will hear them right after. Before we do the remarks by the public and I turn it over to the clerk, I will remind council members as we go through the meeting to mute your phones when you are not speaking, and then remember after you get through speaking to mute them back. If everyone has it on mute except for the person talking, it is clearer to the public, and particularly during public comment, so that the phone call messages will come through. I will now turn it over to the clerk, Mr. Forrest Webb, for remarks by the public.
The public may leave a comment of their concerns by dialing 404-330-6001. Public comments for the full council agenda shall not exceed 2 minutes and will end 1 hour prior to the start of the meeting. In addition, the standing committees of zoning and committee on council will enter the committee of the whole, and the public may express their concerns for individual committees by dialing the designated numbers listed. Committee on Council, 404-330-6069, and Zoning Committee, 404-330-6035. Messages for the committee meetings should not exceed 3 minutes and will end 1 hour prior to the start of the meeting. No public comments are allowed on legislative items that have gone before the zoning or zoning review board. Thank you. Mr. Massenberg.
My name is Dave. I'm a concerned citizen, and we have right job. Yes, I think there. please put me through there.
My name is Marilyn Wynn, and I am the Executive Director of Women on the Rise. I'm calling in hoping that City Council members will support a zero budget for ACDC. It doesn't make sense to put $18 million into a skeleton building when there are only less than 50 detainees, while our citizens are suffering and need support from loss of jobs and health care needs due to the COVID-19 virus. The city has lost $40 million due to this virus, and to throw $18 million into an empty building is absolutely absurd. Again, I am appalled and ashamed that my city would even consider to throw $18 million away when we're already in has already lost $40 million. And we have so many citizens suffering from loss of jobs, loss of health care, no homes, and everything else that on top of that. And I just wanted to ask the council to support a zero budget and let us move forward with closing ACDC and make it into the Wellness, Equity, and Freedom Center that we also would love to see and that would also support our citizens. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Elizabeth Wilson. I'm the Executive Director of the Georgia Micro Enterprise Network. I am looking at the funding allocations for the COVID-19 recommendations, and I'm wondering what percentage of these emergency COVID funds were allocated to small and micro businesses through the Micro ATL vending program. We received a very small equity grant of $10,000 to provide support to the city vendors that are a part of the Micro ATL program, and we requested emergency funds to extend that program and to extend the access to capital to those vendors and others who have been severely impacted by COVID-19. And I'm wondering why there was no allocation, or is that I can't see the allocation to really support these businesses and other businesses such as the street vendor water boys, as they're called. Would like to have further feedback and discussion on allocations to support the vendors in the city through the COVID-19 funding recommendations. Thank you.
Hello, this is Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms asking all Atlantans.
The curfew in the city of Atlanta has been...
Hi, my name is Tyra Silva, and I would like to vote down the drag racing legislation. Yes.
Hello, my name is Emily Davis, and I'm asking that you vote down the legislation for drag racing that is to be going up for vote tomorrow. Thank you.
My name is Patrick Brown. I'm calling to vote down on the drag racing legislation, for you to vote down.
Hello, my name is Karen Parker, and I'm calling to ask that the City Council vote down the drag racing legislation. To my knowledge, this legislation will allow police officers to allow an arresting officer to seize bystander cell phones and possibly arrest them. Please vote down this drag racing legislation, as it makes it makes misconduct and killings will go unnoticed if we don't have this voted down. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Akiva Nunley. I'm calling to, inform the Atlanta City Council that I'd like to vote down the drag racing legislation. My name is Akiva Nunley, calling to vote down the drag racing legislation. Thank you.
Hi, this is Andrea Jackson, and I'm calling in regards to voting down the drag racing legislation. This legislation does not need to pass in the city of Atlanta, as the legislation will just be another tool that will be used against Black and brown people of the community, and possible crimes of authorities and police officers will go unnoticed. Again, I'm calling in regards to voting down the drag racing legislation. This is something that does not need to be passed because it will be another tool that will be used aggressively against Black and brown people in the community, especially the youth. Thank you.
Yes, this is Katrina Cresswell. I'm leaving a message for the Atlanta City Council to vote down the drag racing legislation. Thank you.
This is Sarah Akbar, and I am reaching out to the Atlanta City Council. It is not something that to dismantle how the getting out of control and to vote it down.
Kenyon Beasley, I want to vote down the drag racing legislation. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sequoia Patrick, and I would like to vote down the drag racing legislation that goes before the council tomorrow on June 1st, 2020.
This is Brianna Gordon, and I would like to vote for you to vote down the drag racing legislation bill. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kristen Hardy, and I would like to leave a voice message for the Atlanta City Council to vote down the drag racing legislation. I again want to leave my comments and concerns for the Atlanta City Council to vote down the drag racing legislation.
Hi, my name is Royce Babel. I'm a resident of Fulton County, and I would like to ask that you all vote down the drag racing legislation that is to be voted on tomorrow. And I implore you all to really think about what this does for African Americans and not being able to film when there are matters of injustice. Thank you so much. My number is 404-317-3921. Thank you so much.
This is Michael Kelly. Vote down on the drag racing legislation.
This is Jackie Herlock. I'm calling to tell the Atlanta City Council to vote down the drag racing legislation. Vote down the drag racing legislation.
My name is Bruce, B-R-U-C-E, Garner, G-A-R-N-E-R. I am calling to express my most serious concerns about the failure of the City of Atlanta to properly administer the HOPWA grants. At this point, at least one agency is owed well over $1 million. It is not the responsibility of nonprofit agencies to front the City of Atlanta with that amount of money. This is a disgrace to the city. It is a disgrace to the people living with HIV and AIDS that this money is supposed to help keep from being homeless. I urge you to do something about this quickly and take care of it. The current issues affecting us, the uprisings around the city, all this ties together. And when we don't look after the people who need being cared for, this is what can happen. Thank you. I live in District 6. 404-892-3143. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Solomon E. Brannon, and my concern is there was a meeting held on Zoom for the NTU of Vine City. And I can't understand why the meeting was held without more notification going out to all of the residents of Vine City. And by me being a member of the Vine City Civic Association, I didn't learn about the meeting till the last day. And then when I called in, the number was wrong. And it was like 15 minutes later that I got a correct number. So I think the vote was unfair because the people from Vine City didn't voice their opinion, but there were some people that knew about it.
but I think it should be thrown out until we can all get together and really notify the citizens of that. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rashid Steers. I'm calling because I would like to vote down the drag racing legislation that is trying to be pushed where they can compensate bystanders, phones and other materials, and arrest them. I want to vote against it. Thank you.
This is Erica Holmes, and I want to tell the Atlanta City Council, to vote down the drag racing legislation. Thank you.
Yes, I'm voting to say no against the drag racing legislation that you're trying to pass today. I feel like bystanders should not be arrested for simply being a bystander. Thank you. Hi, I'm Commodus Morgan, and I'm calling to ask to please vote down the drag racing legislation.
Linda Adams, Vine City resident. I'm calling to give my concerns of the legislation that Councilman Brown will be submitting to the full council today concerning Rodney Cook Park. I am not in support of that legislation. The process of the legislation was not done correctly through the NPU, which means the Vine City Civic Association, or the Vine City community, which is the impacted community, never received any information on that legislation. So I'm asking you all to not support this legislation that's going to be introduced by Councilman Brown. Thank you.
This is Megan Gilchrist. I live here in Atlanta, Georgia, and I was calling to vote down the drag racing legislation. Again, my name is Megan Gilchrist, and I'm wanting to vote down the drag racing legislation. Thank you.
Greetings, Bishop John Lewis here, the chairperson of the Historic Vine City Civic Association, and I'm calling this morning in reference to the legislation that is being presented in regards to Cook Park. As the chairperson of the Vine City Civic Association, it is my understanding that there is already a committee in place that is dealing with this same issue. And with that in mind, as a chairperson, it is my responsibility to carry out what our group as a whole, our membership, has voted to support. And at this time, we have not had a meeting from the association since February, and our next meeting is not until the last of this month, the month of June. So at this time, I am not able to support this legislation that is being presented. Thank you so very much.
Good morning. This is Carolyn Johnson. I have a comment concerning legislation or a bill that is about to be introduced that denies my son and my grandson the right to have a voice. I am the parent of a black male. I'm the grandparent of a black male. My conversation from the time they're 5 years old until they die, as long as I'm alive, is, son, be careful. Be careful when you walk out the door. Be careful when you come in the door, because from the time you're born, you are a suspect in America. You're a suspect as to what you did, what you might do, and what you never thought about doing. So to deny my child a voice by having somebody film and record when he's about to be killed or in the process of being killed is not due process of anything. We have nothing. We have very little, but at least give us a voice. Allow a recording to speak for us, but to deny my son and my grandson the right to have a voice even after death is totally wrong, Dustin. That is totally wrong. I heard about the bill that you want to introduce legislation because people are drag racing. Yes, they can drag race. It is totally against the law to do that in the city of Atlanta, but it also should be considered against the law to deny my child the right to have a voice when a police officer can come and put his knee on his neck because he observed a drag race, and he can die in the street and nobody can be allowed to record it because you have arrested them for recording it. I dare you. I dare you, City of Atlanta officials. I dare you. I dare you to think so highly of yourself that you forget that there are other human beings.
Yes, my name is James Davenport. I am the founder of the Hit and Run Help Foundation. I wanted to bring attention to the full council that I am calling for an action to everyone called the governor's office along with certain state representatives asking the governor to take hands off of Medicaid. We do not want them to reduce funding on Medicaid. This affects everyone. The governor mentioned last month that he will revisit this, and he also mentioned that he wanted to protect the elderly in nursing homes. Mind you, a lot of people in nursing homes rely on Medicaid for their funding. We need to stop this action. I am calling on each and every council member to actually participate in this action. Call the governor's office. Call the state legislator. Hands off Medicaid. Thank you.
My name is Henry Jordan. But as it is written, eyes had not seen nor ear heard, neither have entered into the heart of man the things which God prepared for them that love him. 1 Corinthians 2:9. The interpretation of this verse is in 2 Corinthians 10:6. And having in a readiness to avenge all disobedience, when your obedience is fulfilled. Do not open the door for a country to call us to say, they have taken over when Jesus gave us a deliverance plan. How long will ye imagine mischief against a man? Ye shall be slain, all of you, as a ruined wall shall ye be, and as a tottering fence, Psalm 62:3. God's instructions are to fight against the works of Satan. When you fight against God, your foundation is shaken. Then, when you fight God, you ask for death. Men and brethren, children of the stock of Abraham. And whosoever among you fears God, to you is the word of this salvation sent. Acts 13:26. The word speaks to you what Jesus desires you to be. Let me and others fear Christ rather than man, that Jesus will be done in me and others. From the end of the earth will I cry unto thee when my heart is overwhelmed. Lead me to the rock that is higher than I. Psalm 62:2. I always need God's help when my flesh says God's word is higher than all our words. He can bag his up. We cannot. We pray for God's help, but he asks for us to obey him. Jesus used me and the homeless.
Good afternoon. This is Byron Amos. I come before you today to raise 2 points of concern. One is in regards to the racing legislation, the drag racing legislation. Deep inside that bill, it states that law enforcement has the ability to arrest any bystanders or people gathering to record such an event. That is an issue because now it allows our officers to have to interpretate the law as they are enforcing it and having to arrest anyone that may be walking by or anyone videotaping or recording said event. True, the event itself is unlawful, but the recording of it should not be. And this could be far-reaching into other areas of concerns, as we have seen so many things have been brought to light because people have been able to stop and videotape and record it. So it is hard for me to support this legislation because of that piece that is in it. it should be stricken down if it is still is allowed to stay in the legislation. The other piece of concern is a possible piece of legislation being submitted by the council member of District 3 in regards to the Cook Park. It is totally an unnecessary piece of legislation. As a former Park Pride board member and as a chair of a fringe group, this resolution is not needed to establish either a fringe group or a conservancy. And the point of contingency is when the council members say that this is the only way that he is allowed to donate money to such said group or any other people to donate money and be involved. So I ask the council to stand firm and look at this, and if there's a conversation that needs to be held about the park, then truly hold a holistic conversation and not this piecemeal attempt that we have been going through for the last year or so. I ask you.
Yes, this is State Representative Mabel Thomas. I represent District 56. I am calling in regards to legislation dealing with the Cook Park. I am not for the suggested legislation by our 3rd District Council member. I think a little bit more discussion and input as a person who personally lives in English Avenue, which would be what we call the impact area. We think clearly that English Avenue should not be excluded from any activities because we all in the same NPU, and as they say, we all in this together. Thank you, council members, for your work. We appreciate it. God bless you, and as always, power to the people. Be safe.
Yes, this is Linda Adams from the Vine City neighborhood. Voicing my opinion, please vote down the drag race legislation that's coming before you today for a vote. I ask you to vote this down. Thank you.
Members of Council, good afternoon. My name is Che Johnson-Long. I am the Director of Decarceration Strategies at the Racial Justice Action Center, and I'm a proud member of the Reimagine ACDC Initiative Planning Team. I can't say enough how proud I am of the Reimagine ACDC Initiative. It's groundbreaking, y'all. It's the first of its kind possibly in the entire country, and I know we hear this term a lot, unprecedented, and I believe that the initiative, in the best possible way, is unprecedented. It's the kind of thing that I think Atlanta should be known for. It's an innovative, cutting-edge way of dealing with criminal justice and with addressing the root causes of incarceration. The initiative really believes that you can't arrest your way out of poverty or drug use or homelessness. And that's why I just can't believe that $18 million have been allotted to the Atlanta City Detention Center for next year. It just doesn't make any sense given that only 10 to 50 people are there on any given night. I urge this council to consider zeroing out this budget. It is time for ACDC to close. It is time for the city to have hope in a brighter future, that criminal justice reform is thriving, and that the city doesn't need to rely on arrests, on jails, or on cuffs in order to create safety. That safety really comes from people having their needs met and being able to access the survival. Thank you very much.
Greetings. This is Sade Yvonne Jones. I am a resident of English Avenue, and I also serve as co-president of the English Avenue Neighborhood Association. I come to you this afternoon to ask for your support of the English Avenue neighborhood in reference to the Advisory Committee of Cook Park, the legislation that's being presented by our councilperson, Brown. I would like to ask that English Avenue representation be added to the legislation and amended to include us because we are the adjacent neighborhood. We are right there at Cook Park. which is a larger park than any and a meaningful park of any of the parks in English Avenue and Vine City. It's not like Vine City Park or like Lindsay Street Park, but it is a park that has a great investment in it, and I hope that it will actually mitigate a lot of the water situation that was identified by the flood, and that it will be an asset to our community. I'm in favor of it being called Legacy Park because it could hold great legacy for the community and for our past and our present, in our current, and in our future as well. So I think it's of vital importance to include English Avenue in the legislation as part of the advisory committee. I do realize that there is 2 seats given to the MPU. However, you never know who will be voted on or selected to represent. So it could easily not be someone from English Avenue. We are an impacted, adjacent community, and with a park of this magnitude, it is important that we get community representation on this advisory committee. Thank you very much for your time, and everyone stay safe and God.
Yes, my name is Ricky Brown. I'm a City of Atlanta taxpayer and voter. I would like to give my opinion on the officers and them not taking away the cameras and phones from the guys when they're drag racing. So I'd like for the City Council to really take another look at that and to not allow these men and women's cameras and their phones to be taken from them because there's so much that's been going on now. We need to record everything that's being done, especially in public right now. So I vote no on taking the cameras and phones away from the drag racers. Thank you.
This is Steve Kerr. I'm calling from 678-886-8666, and I have a comment about our current political situation. Y'all, all the council people and anybody else listening to this, is we have a terrific opportunity to make some good, positive, substantive change, all kinds of changes. I would suggest that y'all reach out. Go put on some street clothes and go join a demonstration and listen to what people have to say. I would suggest that most, if not all, of these people, almost all of these people, are not people that go to NPU or APAB meetings. And of course, they certainly should be encouraged to go to them. You know, once we ever have any face-to-face meetings, of course, how many people have computers and know how to access the Zoom? Now, getting back to action items, y'all have a terrific opportunity to make good change because we have a long, hot summer coming up, 4, maybe 5 months. Doesn't take too much imagination to go from plastic water bottles to glass bottles filled with gasoline. And I'm sure we all don't want that. So get out there and listen. So if you can, set up a town hall meeting. Ask for suggestions. Suggestions short-term, suggestions long-term. Well, to find out, get suggestions about what we can do to change our political culture. Thanks for listening.
Hello, my name is Gina Cunningham, a resident of the City of Atlanta, and I would like to make a request that the Atlanta City Council vote down on the drag racing legislation. Thank you.
Hi, this is Nakia Pope. I am calling in regards to the Atlanta City Council voting down the drag racing legislation. that's going to allow the police to arrest the bystanders near drag racing activities, and that also will allow the arresting officers to seize their cell phone. As you know, what's going on in the country, Black people, we are at war. We have always been at war, and it's really on the front lines right now, just like with the George Floyd situation and everything else we're seeing. The only thing that we have to show outside of the story to show that we're being mistreated and abused is film. Why would you take that away from us? Atlanta has always been a historically Black city. I'm born and raised here. We've always had Black leadership, and I am expecting the Black leadership to step up and fight for us. That's why we vote you in office. That's why we support you. That's why we do all of those things. We can't let this type of stuff fall by the wayside. The camera is not even enough. We need more things in place. The city needs to do more things to protect the Black citizens, because this is Wakanda, as T.I. said. This ain't Wakanda. Shit. Because Wakanda took care of their people. We need to be taken care of. And so if anybody want to reach out to me, you definitely can, but you definitely need to vote down that legislation. We need to be able to record the officers, because even in the city of Atlanta, every police officer is not a good police officer. Every Black police officer is not a good police officer. People abuse their power. And we need to start getting people out of there who are abusing their power and don't want to protect us. They're only at work for a paycheck. I can be reached via phone, 470-776-4197. This is Nakia Pope. Thanks.
Greetings to you, council members and staff. A special greetings to you, citizens of Atlanta, visiting your government in action. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. They say there are people that hate the city too busy to hate. We say they need to love us. All is well in Atlanta. Move on. They say the city denigrates public comment and discourages civic engagement. We say in Neighborhood Planning Unit R alone, there is now an average of 30 participants representing the 20,000 residents there. We are progressing. Move on. They say we have an income inequality problem in this city. We say we can't control the economy, but we pay our workers well. Move on. They say there are conservatives in our city who want to balance the budget on the backs of city employees. We say we are not about to seek a raise in taxes with municipal elections coming up next year. Move on. They say there are killer cops on the Atlanta police force. We need to find them and weed them out. We say Atlanta has a civilian review board. Move on. And so the city moves on. The county moves on. The state moves on. The nation moves on. We all move on. But we all move on from one killer cop murder to the next.
Greetings, members of the Atlanta City Council. My name is Kevin Karen. I am a volunteer with Georgia Detention Watch. I am a public health worker, and I live here in the city, and I'm testifying today because I am absolutely appalled by the city's response to the brutal killing of Black folks in our streets. This has been going on for a long time, and to have the city call in the National Guard to tear gas people, to watch cops in our city tear students out of their car and pepper spray them and use force unjustifiably and fire 2 officers when an entire gang of cops were involved in the incident is just unacceptable. I'm calling on City Council today to introduce an amendment to defund the Atlanta City Detention Center, where the mayor and City Council have committed to building a center for wellness and freedom and to get rid of more prisons and jails in our city. At Stewart Detention Center, the recent death of a 34-year-old man named Santiago Batin Ashlag of COVID-19 has really moved a lot of us. This man was from Marietta, I don't want to see something similar happen in the Atlanta City Detention Center. We need to shut down the facility. We need to defund. Department of Corrections, please defund corrections and APD. Thank you.
Hey, how you doing? My name is Chris Brown. My phone number is 404-849-6721. I'm calling in reference to ordinance number 20-0-1361. It's my opinion that by passing this piece of legislation, we may put people who are maybe just general bystanders as being unlawful, as being descriptive as a participant or organizer of an event. In previous, we've only been able to see and know what's going on by being able to see cell phone video from non-participants or bystanders, or to get other information that helps in the investigations, as well as also possibly violates the First Amendment to one's ability to have the right to assemble. I think we need to review this and have further dialogue that it should probably be referred back to committee, just making sure that we don't violate people's First Amendment rights. Because if I was a bystander walking past and seeing something and wanted to observe to make sure the safety of another community member or the infractions of something that we felt that may be violating the law, I would not want to be inclusive as a violator in those acts. I think that the council should review this and send it back to committee, or either strike it down or come up with some other alternative solution that should be done in committee. Again, my name is Chris Brown. I can be reached at 404-849-6721. Thanks.
Hello, this is Charmaine Edmonds, and I am calling to vote down the drag racing legislation. Again, this is Charmaine Edmonds. I live in Fulton County, Atlanta, Georgia, and I am calling to request to vote down the drag racing legislation. Thank you.
My name is Michaela Bush, and I've lived in Atlanta all of my life. What I have seen in this past weekend has been awful, and I'm very disappointed in my city right now. Even though George Floyd happened in Minneapolis, there are several instances of police brutality and social injustice at the hands of this government that need to be addressed. I call on the mayor to hold a citizen review board. It can be enacted just as it was before in 2015 under Obama's 21st Century Task Force team. She can place a citizens review board together to assess not only the defunding of militarization for the city of Atlanta and their police department, but she can also have a serious conversation about the budgets that are invested into the police department and how those funds need to be reallocated into housing and affordable housing developments, as well as into the education system and Atlanta public schools. Again, the mayor needs to initiate a task force to put together a citizens review board to review the budget for the police department and adjust those funds and allocate them appropriately, because they have way too much power right now and it needs to cease and desist. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michael Grimes, and I am an heir to James H. Grimes, that is the owner of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and Bank of America. I'm having a problem with my rights, civil rights, and birthrights. The operational agreements that is attached to these businesses, and his last will and testament, or a copy of his trust deed. I have it as an heir and a beneficiary to all of this stuff. I have not received a copy of his trust, his will, or operational agreements from none of the trustees and administrators yet. And I got David Grimes as one of the trustees. His address is 2067 Garden Circle, Decatur, Georgia, 30032. He is refusing to hand over these documents, and I've been filing motions and all kind of complaints to the Fulton County Probate Court with the consumers laws downtown, the Capitol, and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. They done got served all kind of ways to hand over these documents, and they all are refusing to give me my rights. And I believe that this stuff that they doing is causing a whole bunch of bad luck to the world. And somebody got to get it stopped and get this did right, because it's being did wrong. And I don't believe that God made me a beneficiary in an act of something like this for nothing. He did all this for a purpose. But someone is trying to change my life. Call me back at 678-389-0831. Thanks.
Hello, this is Vincent Ford. I understand that Dustin Hill has a piece of legislation which would restrict and allow police to arrest bystanders and take away filming equipment, including cell phones. That legislation is worse than ill-advised. It's poorly drafted, and in this environment would create consternation in the community. I would implore the city council to file that paper, and if it does pass, I would implore and urge the mayor to veto that legislation. During the Katherine Johnston situation, where Ms. Johnston, a near 90-year-old woman, was murdered by the police, we found out how the police used city ordinance at that time to unconstitutionally detain and arrest people. This ordinance would allow just that kind of thing. Shame on the author, and shame on anyone who votes on it.
Okay, Mr. James Ryan, his personal address was 921 Ralph Alpha David Boulevard. That's the Wells Fargo Bank. That's his personal branch, ownership bank, at this address I just gave you. Then he had 1436 Sharon Street, Atlanta, Georgia 30314, and he had 600 Greensbury Road, Atlanta, Georgia 30314. His personal banking company address. All the information that I'm giving y'all is he owned the addresses and the companies that is attached to the addresses. And he made me the beneficiary of this stuff, but nobody won't give me the paperwork to it. He had First Citizens Bank, and Citizen Trust Bank is attached to all of that too. He's the owner, co-owner of all this stuff. And I've been made a beneficiary to it, and I ain't seen that there's no attorneys, no nothing. I've been filing all of this stuff in the probate court, with OCC, the Department of Banking and Finance. It's just nobody is responding to it, you know. And I've been made that just ain't right. It ain't right. Nobody can't do nothing like that to nobody. What's happening to me, you just can't do it. So somebody got to get this stopped. Got to get all this stopped and get it did right. You got a Walter Williams who's supposed to be joint with this, or vice president. He's not responding to it neither. So all of it is non-compliant. And I believe all of this stuff is bringing terrible bad luck to the planet, to where we got to live at. So, somebody got to get this stopped before this bad luck.
Hi, my name is Catherine Greiner Francis. I live in DeKalb County. I am calling to vote no in allocating $18 million for a jail that has housed 10 to 20 people a night. That's supposed to be closed. So I am calling to vote no and telling the council to please vote no. My name is Catherine Greiner Francis. My phone number is 404-377-0171.
I believe that ends public comment. So now we will move to the report of the journal.
I, Forrest Webb III, Municipal Clerk, do certify that the action minutes of the May 18, 2020 virtual City Council meeting are true and correct.
I'll entertain a motion to approve the report of the journal.
So moved. Councilmember Matsakite.
And second.
Second, Peroki.
Moved by Matsakite, second by Peroki. If there's no discussion, on unanimous consent of all members who are present, which is the full body of the Atlanta City Council, we will accept and file the report of the journal. Communications, Mr. Clark.
Madam President, there are two, if I could sound those as a block.
Proceed.
20-C-0047, a communication from Chief Procurement Officer David L. Wilson, submitting the May 11, 2020 through May 15, 2020 weekly contracts report. 20-C-0048, a communication from Interim Chief Procurement Officer Martin Clark, submitting the May 18, 2020 through May 22, 2020 weekly contracts report to the Atlanta City Council Clerk of Council pursuant to Section 2-1142 of the Atlanta City Code of Ordinances. Staff recommendation to accept and file both.
The staff recommendation is to accept and file. If there is no objection, we will, on unanimous consent, accept and file items 1 and 2 on communications. Consideration of veto legislation.
There is none.
Unfinished business.
There is none, Madam President.
Now, if members would put your attention to consent agenda section 1. I will just give a few housekeeping notes. If you would like to remove any of those items, please indicate with your speaker button. Those who are not online, I will call for you after those that are online speak. Just a reminder, as we go through our meeting, we start our voting to make sure your phone is on mute when you're not speaking. Don't forget to mute it after you speak. For those of you who are not online, I will ask for speakers after speakers indicate on the screen, and I will ask for your votes after that. I will call your name if I do not see that you're indicated. So I do have one speaker for consent agenda section 1, Ms. Shepherd.
Yes, it's that to remove items from the consent agenda. That's page 5, item 5, 20-0-1361.
Repeat it one more time for the clerk.
Page 5, item 5, 20-0-1361.
Okay. Are there any other items to be removed? Any other speakers or members to remove things that are not online? Okay, I see none. Mr. Clark, let's open the vote on consent agenda section 1.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how would you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Westmoreland, how do you vote?
In favor.
Please populate those votes, Mr. Clark.
Noted. Populating now. The vote is now closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays, but it is actually not correct, Mr. Clerk. I do not see Mr. Westmoreland and Winslow, so let's redo that call.
Apologies. Populating their votes now. That is 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. Consent agenda section 1 is approved. Our next section is consent agenda section 2. As indicated, all those items are on first read in this meeting and will be referred to the respective committees as indicated. Now we move to section 2 of our agenda, which is the report of the standing committees. We will begin with the committee of the whole. In that committee, we will hear from the Zoning Committee, Committee on Council, and CDHS, which is Community Development Human Services Committee, for their public hearing. We'll start with the Honorable Carla Smith, Chair of the Zoning Committee.
Thank you, Council President. If you'll turn to page 31 of your agendas.
Ms. Smith, don't forget your public comment.
Okay, Mr. Webb, will you please do the public comment?
Duly noted. Mr. Massenberg.
Thanks, Felicia.
And Howard. Greetings to you, Zoning Committee council members and staff. A special greeting to you, citizens of Atlanta, who are watching your government in action. And Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. The Adams Park neighborhood is a pleasant community located within Neighborhood Planning Unit R. Some long-standing residents there have been monitoring. Clayton homeowners have been taking advantage of the R4 zoning designation to modify their properties so they can attract renters and transients at a profit. This money-grabbing plan is being promoted by at least one member of the NPUR9. On behalf of senior citizens and concerned citizens of Adams Park, I ask that you take the necessary steps to have this matter placed on the next Neighborhood Planning Unit R agenda for discussion. Be advised, however, that any attempt to add any edifying information to the tightly controlled agenda of NPUR will be met with great resistance from the NPUR9, Antonita Robinson, Wallace Clare, Ricardo Jacobs, Renette L. Scott, Alfred Fight, Allison Hathaway, Jerry Williams, and NPUR9 cohorts. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Patty D'Amico at 318-655-2623. I'm originally from New York. I'm now living in North Mississippi due to Hurricane Katrina. I had lived in New Orleans. I'm calling because you cannot allow anarchy due to a bad situation. Look, this policeman was a sociopath. He should have been removed months ago for what he did. I'm sorry that he murdered somebody, and yes, it is murdered. However, you cannot have anarchy. You have to allow people to have law and order. There's one amount of protest. Protest is one thing. I'm 65 years old. I protested the Vietnam War. It is another thing to allow anarchy. Anarchy is violence, and it's violence against people who are innocent. What happened in Minnesota could happen in your town. Maybe it's happening now. It's making my heart break. I am 65. I cannot stand what I'm seeing. I feel like I don't know what to do. I'm in tears. I feel horrible about what's happening. But I cannot stand anarchy. You cannot allow this to happen. It's okay to have anger about the murder of this poor man. However, you cannot allow anarchy. You have to have a sense of structure. Do you understand? This is ridiculous. And if you want to talk to me, my number is 318-655-2623. And again, I am originally from New York, lived in New Orleans for 11 years, and I now live in northern Mississippi due to Hurricane Katrina. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hello, Atlanta. This is Antavia Queens. I'd like to talk to you briefly about two of our great Fulton County commissioners. First, I'd like to talk to you about Commissioner Joe Carnes. Joe Carnes has served us well in the city of College Park as a city councilman, and now he's done a phenomenal job in stepping in the shoes of our great Emma Darnell. No one can fill the shoes of Emma Darnell. But what we see in Joe Carnes is incredibly promising, and we're excited that he's there. So when you go to the polls, put greetings to you, zoning committee, council members, and staff. I am Mr. Shakir, concerned citizen, and God bless America when she's right, and have mercy on her when she's wrong, and that we all can be more guided to a more perfect life. I am really disturbed about legislation that has come out of zoning that is adding to with the quickness of fees of citizens being pushed out. Zoning laws is changing neighborhoods from family residential housing to commercial or nonprofit reentry, drug rehab, or mental health, and it is taken away from investments that Atlanta connects itself with Atlanta Public Schools, where we do not see the ability of citizens with children, families, to be able to be a part of these communities because of zoning that is taken away Airbnb and other nonprofits that is taken away and putting different values besides providing housing for families. And I'm just seeing too much displacement because of what's happening out of zoning, and especially out of African American communities, which is disturbing that one would say that it's violent, and I would have to agree that violence brings on violence to a great extent. But when we see housing and being taken away as an option, that is a very violent act in the minds of mothers and fathers. It's very frustrating, and I think we see some of those frustrations hit the street. And when we hear common sense things like go home, well, a lot of places that's downtown that used to be home for certain retail or certain transfers to get to jobs, these areas have lost their transportation connections, they have lost their job connections, and we're seeing construction that's really destruction as far as being able to be a part of Atlanta, and even in neighborhoods that go home are not homes that are affordable no more. So,
I think we're done.
Okay, Ms. Smith, can I get a motion from you and a second from Mr. Matsakite to go into the Committee of the Whole?
Absolutely. This is Councilmember Smith. I make a motion to go into Committee of the Whole.
Second, Councilmember Matsakite.
A motion by Smith, a second by Matsakite to go into the Committee of the Whole for the purpose of Zoning Committee, Committee on Council, and the public hearing for Community Development and Human Services. If there is no objection, we will, on unanimous consent, go into the Committee of the Whole. Hearing no objection, we're now in Committee of the Whole. Madam Chair, proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. Now, if we will please turn our agendas to page 31. We're going to take item number 1 by itself, and that is legislation number 20-0-1360, The location is 1196 Warfield Street. This is to waive the code section for the purpose of acknowledging the property as two separate lots of record. The motion is favorable.
Motion is favorable. Any discussion? If not, let's open the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Winslow? How do you vote, Ms. Winslow?
In
Ms.
favor.
Winslow votes yes. Ms. Winslow votes yes. Would you please populate her vote?
The vote is now closed. Populating now. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It is adopted. Next item.
Madam President, I'd like to take items 2 through 9 together as a block, please.
Proceed.
Thank you. Item number 2, 20-0-1386 Z-20-32. The location is 1750 Chattahoochee Avenue. This is to rezone from I-1 to MR-4A. Item number 3, 20-0-1387 Z-20-33. The location is 1593 and 1595 Chattahoochee Avenue. The change is to rezone from I-1 to MRC2. Item number 4, 20-0-1388 Z-20-34. The location is 1661 Chattahoochee Avenue. The change is to rezone from I-1 to MR5A. Item number 5, 20-0-1389 Z-20-35. The location is 690 11th Street, also known as 686 11th Street. The change is to rezone from I-1 to MRC3. Item number 6, 20-0-1390 Z-20-40. The location is 425 Chapel Road, 1236 North Avenue Rear, Rear 1 and Rear 2, 1250, 1254, and 1268 North Avenue, and 1254 and 1284 North Avenue Rear, and 1345 and 1365 Mason Turner Road, and 1345 Mason Turner Road Rear, and 1155 Joseph E. Boone Boulevard Rear. The change they're proposing is to rezone from RG3 Beltline, I-1 Beltline, I-1C Beltline, I-2 Beltline, and R4A Beltline to PDMU Beltline. Item number 7, 20-0-1391 U-20-05. The location is 1263, 1280, and 1296 Moreland Avenue. This is a special use permit for an outdoor display or sales area. Item number 8, 20-0-1392 U-20-06. The location is 1241 Moreland Avenue. This is a special use permit for a cell tower. And item number 9, 20-0-1393 U-20-07. The location is 1800 Piedmont Avenue, and this is a special use permit for a private school. Madam President, the motion is to refer to ZRB and Zoning Committee. These will go to the neighborhood.
Motion to refer to ZRB and Zoning. Please open the vote if there's no discussion. Seeing none, let's open the vote, Mr. Clerk.
Please hold. The vote is now open.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Ms. Winslow is in the affirmative. Please populate.
The vote is now closed.
Ms. Winslow's vote is not populated.
Populating now. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion has carried. They will be referred to as indicated. Next item.
Madam President, that ends my report, and I want to thank you for keeping me straight.
No problem. Thank you so much, Ms. Smith. We now move to the Honorable J.P. Massacott, Chair of the Committee on Council.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Evans, if you could please, or Mr. Clerk, if you could please see if there's any public comment.
Duly noted. Mr. Massenberg, you can please hold.
Ms. Howard, greetings to you, Committee on Council members and staff, and special greetings to you, citizens of Atlanta, who are watching and are listening to your government in action. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. In the city's Code of Ordinances, the third item in the list of Committee on Council areas of jurisdiction pertains to all questions regarding conflicts of interest and standards of conduct. I submit to you that the standard of conduct utilized by the NCUR 9 for the conduct of business in Neighborhood Planning Unit R is below what our city should expect as a standard of conduct when it comes to involving senior citizens in NCUR meetings. The agenda, indeed, has mutated from a ragtail format into a more professional one at NCUR. However, the barrier has been set high as far as senior citizens being included in the newly formed and for voting virtual meeting format. The process for being included in the virtual meetings of NCUR is decidedly not a user-friendly one. On behalf of senior citizens and concerned citizens of NCUR, I ask that you take the necessary steps to have this matter placed on the next Neighborhood Planning Unit R agenda for discussion. Please note that any attempt to have any elucidated information added to the agenda of NCUR will be met with resistance from the NCUR 9, Antonita Robinson, Alice Clare, Ricardo Jacobs, Burnett L. Scott, Alice White, S. Alfred White, Allison Hathaway, Terry Williams, and NCUR 9 cohorts. Thank you.
Hi, this is Molly Reed Wu, and I'm calling to make a comment. First, I would love to thank all of the council members and the mayor for being responsible as can possibly be in making sure that we don't reopen too soon, and we're doing the best we can to social distance inside the city. I think you've already saved lives and you continue to do so. So thank you very much. I hope all of you are doing well and staying healthy. Wishing us all the best. I hope during this time of reflection, forced reflection more or less, and slowing things down a bit, we reconsider, take a look at the best use of the property that we are having called the Gulch, the 40 acres of downtown that could be used as what we really need right now, productive green space for all of city residents as well as visitors to our city to be able to go to a open air area that can showcase the best of our agricultural products, the best of our sustainable building products, the best of our educational institutions, the best of our history in a very wonderful, sustainable, progressive way. And we could give possibly even matching grants to good, progressive Atlanta Atlanta-based businesses so we can increase our tax base here in this area. Consider the kind of World Fairgrounds of the future where we can showcase ways of doing things and products that are sustainable and healthy and help us heal. Most of all, this green space, well-managed green space, that's what we need around the world. So, and the last thing we need, of course, is any more retail and hotels that might compete with the ones who are struggling right now during this crisis. And another thing we really don't need is to give away any city funds or tax breaks. We're going to need all the funding we can have. So please reconsider plans for what I would like to call Atlanta's green space or the Georgia Fairgrounds, Atlanta Fairgrounds, Atlanta ground level. We can think of many good ways to call. But this is a good time for re-envisioning our city. Thank you so much for consideration. I wish you all well, and God bless us in Atlanta and around the world. They will. Thanks. Molly Reed Lou. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Anna Kurian, and I live in East Atlanta Village. Councilmember Archibald is my city council representative. I am calling to urge City Council to vote no on the $18 million proposed for ACTC. And I'm really calling to urge City Council and remind everyone that this is a time when 100,000 people in our country have died because of COVID. 40 million have applied for unemployment. Millions of Atlantans are facing eviction and financial struggle. And this is the time when, as a city, we have to decide where we allocate resources to address the very harms caused by the pandemic. New budgets are being proposed. We're dealing with budget deficits. And we really are, as a city and as a city council, I would urge that you're being faced with the question of values. How do we apportion our money? What is most important to Atlanta? Is it investing in our children? Is it providing shelter and medical care for our vulnerable populations? Is it helping our city withstand the global pandemic? Is it ensuring that homeless community members have access to shelter? Or is it putting $18 million into a defunct jail already slated for closure that all of you have decided will be closed? We urge you, I urge you to vote no on $18 million for the year 2021 for the Atlanta City Jail. And at a time when we are all thinking about what public safety really means, it is not putting $80 million into a jail that on average has 10 to 20 community members arrested and spending the night there for petty offenses. Please vote no. Vote for health care, not handcuffs. Vote for priorities that we as a city want to see, which is health, wellness, housing, food for our vulnerable community members, and really focusing on how we move forward as a city, not backward. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Vanessa Perez, and I live in District 2. I'm calling to ask you to move $18 million in the city's proposed budget out of the Atlanta Detention Center. With the COVID crisis, the city faces a $40 million deficit and should not be wasting $18 million of taxpayer money to operate a jail that's mostly empty and already slated for closure. Employees of ACDC should be moved to other departments where they can learn skills for future jobs and truly be of service to our city during the crisis. Move $18 million from toxic care and protect the safety and wellness of all Atlantans. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Ali Saray, and my pronouns are they, them, and I live in District 2. I am going to ask the City Council to move the $18 million in the city's proposed budget out of the Atlanta State Detention Center. With the COVID crisis, the city faces a $40 million deficit and should not be wasting $18 million of taxpayer money to operate a jail that's mostly empty and already slated for closure. Employees of ACDC should be moved to other departments so they can learn skills for future jobs and truly be of service to our city during this crisis. I'm calling on the City Council to move $18 million from custody care and protect the safety and the wellness of Atlanta. Also, I want to uplift with everything that's going on with the police killing and COVID and the fact that you can get COVID based on your weakened immune system. Right now, Black folks need resources, not more jails. And, yeah, move that $18 million. Thank you.
I am Roberta Myers Douglas, and I work with the Legal Action Center. We urge you to fulfill your promise to close the Atlanta City Detention Center for good. We urge you to reduce the mayor's proposed FY21 corrections budget to only include those funds needed to completely end the operation of ACDC and to actively implement activities to create the Center for Equity. In order to accomplish this, be committed to using the proposed $18 million budget to invest in services and programs that will improve the health and safety of Atlantans, like training and job placement, education, affordable housing, and access to substance use disorder and mental health services, expand pre-arrest diversion. Also, immediately redeploy the ACDC workforce into other city positions that will serve the needs and desires of people who live there, that does not involve being caged, arrested, incarcerated in any way, and begin to demolish the ACDC building as the vision has already been established. This is how people will know and believe you are committed to the vision that has been set by the reimagined ACDC initiative, and that's the only way that you'll be able to prove and show and be true to the members of the community. Thank you for your time and commitment, and please, please do what you have said that you will do and shut that jail down for good.
Hi, my name is Bridget Simpson, and I am here today to request that the mayor do the right thing and to hold up her end of the bargain. She made a bold commitment to close and repurpose the City of Atlanta jail into a center for equity, wellness, and freedom. And it's something that our city needs so desperately now more than ever. And with the COVID pandemic crisis that our communities are facing, we're looking at losing at least $40 million and being in a deficit. And we definitely shouldn't be wasting $18 million of the taxpayers' money to operate a jail that's mostly empty. And it's already stated that it will be closed and repurposed anyway. Now is the time to protect and safety and protect wellness for all Atlantans, not just some Atlantans, but for all Atlantans. Move that $18 million from cost to care, from petty punishment to public health. Employees and workers of the Atlanta City Jail, they should not just be thrown away to the side. They shouldn't just get laid off in a desperate economic time, but move the staff to other departments where they can learn skills for future jobs and truly be of service to our city during this crisis. So I urge you today for you all to vote right and to do the right thing. I urge you, Mayor Keisha Lance Bottom, stand up for the people, stand up for us, stand up for all Atlantans, not just a select few.
This is Steve Carr, and I'm calling from 678-886-8666. I want to comment about the perfect storm that we are now in. Number one, of course, is the coronavirus epidemic, which has claimed at least 100,000 people just in the last several months here in this country alone. And of course, that's greatly influenced the economy. What economy? It's been before. Those two plus are many, many, many years of systemic prejudice against people with religions and without. And, of course, a variety of colors and ethnicities. This problem's not going away. It probably won't even go away in our lifetimes. However, now is a good time to focus on them. What we can do about them. How can we encourage people to speak out? How can we encourage citizen engagement? How can we utilize some of the tools that we already have? What? The NPUs, our community associations. Do the numbers. Probably less than 1% of the populace of the city get involved. And getting involved is at least showing up to listen to what's going on. Of course, listening is a two-way street as well. People that I talk to are very unhappy about people in Atlanta governance. Not listening. Sure, you hear us. I've also heard various comments about how council people and other people do not want to hear from citizens. Well, y'all have brought this problem on yourselves. Where do we start? How about year zero? Why wait? Anyway, there are a few suggestions, including promoting citizen engagement and listening.
Hi, my name is Alan Woodall. I'm a citizen of Atlanta and Reynolds, and I would like to go on the record and say that the Atlanta City Jail needs to be shut down, like the mayor promised, and like the city council already voted to do previously. I am against $18 million in the budget for this center that, again, was already supposed to be closed. And I think that the mayor and the city council need to follow through on their previous statements and shut it down as opposed to giving it more money.
Hi, my name is Ariel Prado. I live in District 1. I'm calling to ask you to move $18 million in the city's proposed budget out of the Atlanta City Detention Center. With the COVID crisis, the city faces a $40 million deficit and should not be wasting $18 million of taxpayer money to operate a jail that's mostly empty and already slated for closure. Employees of ACDC should be moved to other departments where they can learn skills for future jobs and truly be of service to our city during this crisis. I understand that this is a difficult decision to make, but there are many jobs implicated and that we are all tired. The ongoing COVID crisis, combined with decades of over-policing and brutalizing black and brown communities, and the rage provoked by watching another black man murdered by a man in uniform. There's so many reasons to be tired. But what we need as a city is a comprehensive vision that puts solutions above punishment and considers the health of our communities rather than criminalizing poverty. Closing ACDC and moving money out of the Department of Corrections and into public health efforts like contact tracing and others should be a part of our response to COVID. I ask that Atlanta City Council and the mayor do the right thing and uphold the mayor's bold commitment to close and repurpose the extra jail into a center for equity, wellness, and freedom. Thank you.
Anthony Troy Settles. Hello, members of City Council. My name is Anthony Troy Settles. I'm 57 years old. I've lived in Atlanta for 14 years. I live with my end-stage disease, congestive heart failure, high blood pressure, and I survived homeless. In March of this year, I was sitting at the bus stop. There was a folks by APD police. Officer came up to me and began questioning me. They had dropped the popcorn on the ground where I was sitting. Officer demanded that I pick the popcorn up off the ground and explained to me. I explained to him that I was unable to bend over and do my medical attention. Condition of me. I also started to say that if I don't pick the popcorn off the ground, that he was going to whip my ass and put me in the patrol car and take me around the corner. And he took me around the corner and beat me up. I have photos, evidence of the injuries. I survived. He then transported me to the Atlanta Detention Center, where I was held for 2 days without medical attention. I was released on bond after women on the rise that paid on my behalf. After my release, I was admitted to hospital at Graham, where I spent almost two weeks. They had to have pacemaker. I couldn't believe the city. I couldn't believe the city council would put $8 million for old people to get this locked up of people. Seems like doing popcorn on the ground. No one would have go through this.
Hello, my name is Evelyn Olansky. I am a lifelong resident of 34 years of the city of Atlanta. I'm calling regarding the vote that's supposed to take place between 1 and 3 p.m. regarding, I believe it was $18 million in funding for the, I forget the acronym, but a detention center that Mayor Bottoms promised he would shut down in 2019, in which the Atlanta City Council then voted to have it shut down. And yet, for some reason, y'all are considering putting $18 million worth of the city budget towards a facility that both the mayor and the council that I'm calling right now say has been shut down already. So obviously, I want you to use that money for something that's not a prison that everyone already agreed should be shut down, especially in light of the protests this weekend. I'm a white woman, and for all of the fear and fear-mongering that people are going through, I am not afraid of the protesters. I am more afraid of the police and the decisions of this city than I've ever been in my entire life. For the love of God, please don't make the mistake of investing $18 million in a prison in the middle of a protest against police brutality. Nothing could be more tone deaf. And honestly, nothing would encourage me to move my tax dollars out of this kind of crumbling city faster than accelerating the war that this city already has on the poor and black people. So please, once again, Evelyn Olansky, resident of this city for 34 years, do not put that money towards a prison that everyone agrees should be shut down. Put it towards helping people. Put it towards helping
Please mute your phones. Please mute your phones.
My name is Olin Rodriguez Lopez, and I live in District 2. I'm calling asking to move $18 million of the city's proposed budget out of Atlanta City Detention Center. With the COVID crisis, the city faces about $40 million deficit and should not be wasting $18 million of taxpayer money to operate a jail that's mostly empty and already slated for closure. Employees of ACDC should be moved to other departments where they can learn skills for future jobs and truly be a service to our city during this crisis. So let's move $18 million of cost to care to protect safety and wellness of all Americans. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Hello, my name is Caitlin Barrow, and I'm calling to comment that I do not think that City Council should put any more money towards the Atlanta City Detention Center. Keith Lansbottom said that it should be closed by now. We should not be allocating any more money to go to this detention center that is now not necessary in our community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Childs, and I am a resident of the city of Atlanta, and I'm calling to ask the City Council not to allocate $18 million to fund ACDC and instead honor the commitment to close down the jail and invest those dollars into our communities and provide solutions to the reasons that people end up criminalized. It's unacceptable to use our tax dollars to further cause harm and violence in our most marginalized communities within Atlanta. So I'm asking that the City Council honor the commitment to shut the jail and put that funding where it will actually have an impact instead of causing further harm and violence in our communities that are already desperate for real change in the city. Thank you for the time to submit my comment, and I ask the City Council to be on the right side of justice, especially in this moment that we are currently living in. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maria Barry. I'm a resident in the West End in Atlanta. I was very disturbed today to see that there is a huge allowance in the budget next year for the Atlanta City Detention Center to remain open. My understanding was that it was going to be closed, and I think Atlanta should be using our funds to keep people out of jail, to keep people from being incarcerated, fund different programs that will encourage and support our community rather than incarcerate them. Please take this funding out of the budget for next year and close the Atlanta City Detention Center. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sherry Giordano. I live in Atlanta, and I'm calling to leave a public comment about the proposed budget today that is going to be talked about. I was really upset to find out and surprised that in such a budget crisis, $18 million is slated to pay for the Atlanta City Detention Center, which is supposed to be closing, and it only houses 10 to 20 people a night. We need to close jail, especially in this time where we see what the dangers of policing are on communities of color, and absolutely we should not be, during coronavirus, spending $18 million on a jail, period, and definitely not $18 million on a jail that's supposed to already be closed. We already made that decision as a city. So please make sure that that $8 million is slated for something that has to do with actually taking care of people right now, health care.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Barnes. I'm an Atlanta metro area resident, and I understand that there is a question of an $18 million funding for a new detention facility. I disagree. I disapprove of that idea. I think $18 million would be better spent on any kind of community relief rather than more oppression. And I think you all know that as well. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alexandra Parker. I'm a longtime Fulton County resident, and I wanted to call to voice my concern about ACDC receiving $18 million allocation from the mayor of the city of Atlanta. I would like you all to vote no on this issue. I would like ACDC to be closed. There's only about 10 to 20 people a night that are housed in that jail and needs to be closed. Thank you.
Good evening to you, on council members and staff. A special greeting to you citizens of Atlanta who are watching and or listening to your government in action. Ben Howard, advocate, public policy analyst. Throughout the years, a number of complaints have been filed with the ethics departments against the leadership, aka those in control of Neighborhood Planning Unit R. As a consequence, during the Committee on Council reign of Council Member Jennifer Ives, I requested that a comparison be made of ethics codes in the city of Atlanta, of the ethics code in the city of Atlanta to ethics in other municipalities. That comparison was made by staff. However, the results were swept under the rug that report and make it public so that neighborhood planning unit R residents and our city of Atlanta may be in a better place. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Paul Demaris, and I live in District 9 in the city of Atlanta. I'm calling to ask you to move $18 million in the city's proposed budget out of the Atlanta City Detention Center. With the COVID crisis, the city faces a $40 million deficit and should not be wasting $18 million of taxpayer money to operate a jail that's mostly empty and already slated for closure. Employees of the Atlanta City Detention Center should be moved to other departments where they can learn skills for future jobs and truly be of service to our city during this crisis. Move $18 million from custody care and protect the safety and wellness of all Atlantans. Again, my name is Paul Demaris, and my phone number is 404-452-6592. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alicia Smith. I am a lifelong resident of Georgia, and I wanted to call and voice my opinion that the Atlanta City Detention Center should be shut down, as was promised to citizens in May of 2019. It does not need millions of dollars funneled into that facility to maintain the caging of human beings. And likewise, the police need to stop throwing tear gas canisters and rubber bullets at the protesters who are just trying to exercise their First Amendment right to assembly. I need the curfew to be lifted, and I need people to be allowed to voice their frustration regarding the ongoing and continuous state-sanctioned murder of Black people committed by police departments all over the country, but especially in Atlanta. We need to do better for our citizens. We need to close the Atlanta City Detention Center and stop jailing people for expressing their First Amendment rights. Thank you. I really hope that you take this message to heart.
Good morning. America, when she's right, and have mercy on her when she's wrong, me as well, that we can be guided to the more perfect life. I appreciate this opportunity to be able to address, in many societies, this is not really afforded to the citizens. But we need to do a better job of actually hearing or inviting the citizens of America to be able to engage what goes on in their communities. And with the great disparities because of race and wealth in this country, in our community, that we should measure the impact that it may cause to further those gaps. We have trends that that tells us, we have data that tells us that we can learn from sensitive studies of caring, disruptions that have been occurring, the revolt, the standing up, addressing some of these disparities is not really broadly being expressed. It's way bigger than police brutality, police shootings. The life of every citizen matter. Lives matter. Since they're the ones who have been most targeted or had the greatest disparities because of historical practices against African Americans. If we would do that, we would do an impact study on the impact of African Americans in legislation that go forward. We would address the concerns of all citizens. We haven't done that in this transportation piece. This passed the impact on business community that will further put a gap on the disparities or the economic gaps between African Americans and their neighborhoods and needs that they have economically to provide for their families. This is a convention city. This is the easiest airport city. We need accessible, historical, related transportation. An idea of creating the mirage of leisure and wealth, and that's all it is. It's a display of wealth and leisure, like the Beltline. That type of wealth you have greater need to use services like that. We're throwing away our convention business. We're throwing away our hotel services with this type of legislation that has not involved people as it should. We don't alternative type of transportation.
My name is Andrea Roman, and I am making a public comment in favor of closing the Atlanta City Detention Center today.
Thank you.
Yes, I was calling in support of closing the Atlanta City Detention Center. Thank you.
My name is Morgan Ballinger, and I want to make a public comment in favor of closing the Atlanta City Detention Center today. Thank you.
My name is Kelly Crawford, and I'm in favor of closing the Atlanta City Detention Center today. We were promised it would be closed in the month of May. It is now June, and it's still open. It was important that you close the Atlanta City Detention Center.
Hi, this is Joseph Highsmith, and I just wanted to call to urge you guys to vote to keep the ACDC closed. Don't allocate any money to it. Keep it closed, please.
Hi, my name is Corinne Camarena, and I am in favor of closing the Atlanta City Detention Center today. Black Lives Matter.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer McIntosh. I am currently the chair for NPUL. I'm calling in regards to the legislation that Antonio Brown is bringing forth in regards to the park on Joseph E. Bowen. We had a special call meeting on Friday, May 29th at 6 p.m., and it was voted in favor, 10 yeas and 5 noes. We gave proper notification to all our members. We have to give a 7-day notice in regards for people to be aware of attending this special call meeting that we had on Friday, May 29th. That email was sent out on May 18th, on Monday, and it was given to all our members, and everyone was aware of the call. The link was set up via city planning. They gave us the link for Zoom for all our members to join the call, and like I said, the NPU is in favor. It was voted for the legislation, and I'm asking that you all please accept our support as a go-ahead for this legislation with Antonio Brown.
Hi, this is Renee Ray. I am a homeowner in Navajo South District. I've been very happy with her leadership as well. But I am calling to ask that the council execute on the policy to close the Atlanta City Jail, but also defunding it and finding other city jobs for the corrections officers to take. Thanks very much. Bye.
Hello, my name is Matthew Evans. I wanted to let the Atlanta City Council know that I absolutely disagree with them possibly budgeting $18 million to the Atlanta City Detention Center. The city jail is closed. There's nearly empty most of the time, and it's said to be closed already. And Atlanta City should really be invested in that and our community instead. So that money could go towards COVID-19 emergency relief, local mental health or house clinics, treatment for addiction and trauma, child and elder care, education, sustainable energy. Really want the Atlanta City Council to invest in communities as opposed to incarceration. So I absolutely disagree with the Atlanta City Council budgeting $18 million or any amount of money whatsoever towards the Atlanta City Detention Center. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. The next item on the agenda are ordinances for first read. The first is 20-1410, an ordinance by Committee on Council to amend Part 2, Code of Ordinances, General Ordinances, Chapter 2, Administration, Article 2, Council, Division 1, Generally, so as to insert pertinent parliamentary language contained within the city charter, to amend Part 2, Code of Ordinances, General Ordinances, Chapter 2, Administration, Article 2, Council, Division 2, Meetings, Subdivision 1, General Provision, so as to insert pertinent parliamentary language contained within the city charter, to amend Part 2, Code of Ordinances, General Ordinances, Chapter 2, Administration, Article 2, Council, Division 2 meetings, Subdivision 2 rules of procurement, so as to insert pertinent parliamentary language contained within the city charter, to amend Part 2, Code of Ordinances, General Ordinances, Chapter 2, Administration, Article 2, Council, Division 3, Standing and Other Committees, Subdivision 1, Standing Committees, so as to insert pertinent parliamentary language contained within the city charter and for other purposes. So that is our only first read, and that'll go along the legislative highway, and we'll be seeing that next time. Next order of business is our ordinances for second read. The first is 20-013-56, which is an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, amending Chapter 2, Article 2, Division 3, Section 2-135 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances regarding standing and other committees for the purpose of updating standing committee responsibilities and for other purposes. And this really is a follow-on to the creation of our Atlanta DOT that will take the responsibilities that were in the City Utilities Committee and move them over to the Department of Transportation so that the responsibilities will follow the changes that we made into our organization structure. And there was a memo on this that was included in your committee packet and sent to all committee members.
Is there a recommendation?
Recommendation is to approve.
Overstreet, okay. Second. We don't need a second, but thank you, Ms. Overstreet. So
You're welcome.
Oh, that is correct. We are in committee of the whole. You're right. So we have a motion by Masakai and a second by Overstreet. Thank you, Ms. Overstreet. Any discussion? If not, let's open the vote. Thank you, Ms. Overstreet.
The vote is open.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote? Is the vote still open, Mr. Clerk?
It certainly is, Madam President.
Members, if you would please vote. Ms. Winslow, if you're on the line, if you let us know how you're voting.
Yes, in favor.
Please populate Ms. Winslow as a yay. Still waiting on. No, we're still waiting. Excuse me. Still waiting on Mr. Shook. How do you vote? Okay. Ms. Archibald, we're waiting on you.
Yes, my thing is frozen, but I'm voting yes.
Thank you, Ms. Archibald. Ms. Archibald and Ms. Winslow in the affirmative. Mr. Clerk.
The vote is now closed. Populating the vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It is adopted.
All right. Next item are resolutions. 20R3969, which is a resolution by Councilmember Andre Dickens to accept the final recommendations of the Task Force for Accessibility and Inclusion and for other purposes. And we do need to amend this to attach the report from the task force, so I'll make a motion to bring forth the amended legislation that has the report attached.
Second.
Motion to amend. Is there a second? Who was
second?
The second?
By Dickens.
Okay. Second by Dickens. Motion by Masakai to amend. Any discussion? If not, let's open the vote.
Please hold.
Please mute your phone when you're not speaking.
The vote is now open.
Ms. Archibald, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Okay, Mr. Clerk.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes now. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam President. The next item is a dual referred item. Oh, excuse me. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve as amended. Thank you very much.
Second, please. Second by Dickens. Motion by Masakai to adopt. Any discussion? If not, let's open the vote, Mr. Close.
The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote? Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow?
Yes.
Ms. Archibald?
Yes, and I want to second it the next time we have something that comes up. Thank you.
Okay.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. The vote is now closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It's adopted. Ms. Archibald, did you have something?
No, I just wanted Mr. Dickens to let me second something. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Next item, Mr. Chair.
Yes, next item is a dual referred item. It's 20R3970, a resolution by Council members Jennifer N. Ide and J.P. Matsakite, as substituted by the Finance Exec Committee, in support of the Atlanta City Council leading by example and addressing budget concerns by reducing the FY 2021 office budget of the Office of City Council by $340,711, and for other purposes. This was forwarded with no recommendation on substitute by Finance Exec Committee on the 27th of May. Are there comments or questions? Hearing no comments or questions, I will...
Go ahead.
Yeah, I will make a motion to approve.
Second. Okay, there's a motion to approve. It's a second by Ms. Archibald. If there's any discussion, please indicate with your speaker button. If you're not online, I will call on you after those are indicated. I see no one indicated on the speaker button, so I will ask, is there anyone else who has any discussion? See and hearing none, we will move to vote. Oh, well, okay. I thought I saw someone, so let's open the vote. And I will ask Ms. Hold on. The speaker button kept coming on and off. Hold the vote, please, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Bond?
Thank you, Madam President. I'd just like to ask that my name be added.
If we do that, we need to have an amendment. You can, we're gonna have to amend right now we're in the middle of the vote. So I think we will need to back out of the vote or either vote and then further amend it after that. So
is there a way to back out of the vote?
Let's do this, Mr. Chair. Let's go ahead and finish this vote, and then we can let him further amend it.
Very good.
So if everyone would vote, Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Okay. I'm waiting on Mr. Hillis. Mr. Hillis? All right, Mr. Clark, you may proceed.
The vote is now closed. Populating now. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It's adopted. Unless I see any objection from a parliamentarian, Mr. Chair, if you could reread the item and then make another motion so that we can accept that amendment.
Very good. I'll reread item number 20R3970, a resolution by Council members Jennifer N. Ide and J.P. Matzkite as substituted by Finance Executive Committee in support of the Atlanta City Council, leading by example in addressing budget concerns by reducing the FY 2021 office budget of the Office of City Council by $340,711 and for other purposes.
Okay, and we'll entertain the amendment. Mr. Bond, could you make your amendment?
Oh, thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. I'd like to respectfully ask that my name be added.
Is there a second?
Second, Matzkite.
Okay, there's a motion by Bond, a second by Matzkite to add Mr. Bond's name to this legislation. Is any discussion? I see Ms. Overstreet. You're recognized, Ms. Overstreet.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to add my name also.
Okay. So, Mr. Bond, could you restate your motion? Or is there anyone else who's going to add their name before we keep going this way? So, Mr. Bond, if you don't mind restating your motion.
Well, my motion is to add the names of council members Bond and Overstreet.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, is there a second?
Second, Matzkite.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to add the names of Bond and Overstreet as sponsors of the legislation. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote on the amendment to add Bond and Overstreet's name to the legislation. Ms. Winslow, how will you be voting?
In favor.
Waiting on Mr. Hillis. Mr. Clerk.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. Mr. Matzkite, I'll entertain a motion to adopt with the said amendment.
So moved to adopt as amended.
Is there a second?
Overstreet, second.
Okay, motion by Matzkite, second by Overstreet. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Ms. Archibald, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, we have a yes by Winslow and Archibald. Mr. Clerk, proceed.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes now. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It's adopted. Next item.
All right, there is one item that is being held that is ready to come off, and that's 20-1322. It's number 7. It's an ordinance by Committee on Council to amend City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, Section 66-2, precinct boundary lines and polling places by amending the 2017 Precincts and Polling Places Ordinance in Fulton County Precincts 1G, 4K, 7M, 8G, 9A, and 11P due to existing polling facilities undergoing renovations and polling locations no longer available due to COVID-19 concerns and for other purposes. There is a substitute that is included in the packet that was emailed to all council members, which included the final attachments with the location details. I'll make a motion to bring forth that amendment.
Okay, there's a motion to amend. Any discussion? Okay, let's open the vote on the amendment.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote? Will everyone please vote?
Hello? Hello, I was kicked off the call somehow. I see Mr. Hillis wants to speak. Mr. Hillis?
Yes, I didn't know if they had announced the vote yet. There was a vote taking place.
We have
on the amendment.
We have not, Madam President.
What was the vote, Mr.? I got cut off. What was the vote? So I can call it.
We have not closed the vote yet, Madam President.
Okay, the vote has not been closed yet. So has everyone voted? I think Ms. Archibald and Ms. Winslow, did you say you were in the affirmative?
I am,
No.
yes, but I am, yes.
Okay. So they're in the affirmative. Let's deal with the vote, and then I'll come to you, Mr. Hillis.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It is adopted. Am I correct? All right. Now, Mr. Hill.
Thank you, Madam President. I do still have some concerns after seeing this paper, given we are we'll around a week from Election Day. I was informed through a Fulton County document that 3 of my precincts were changing due to the COVID-19 concerns and capacity. Specifically, my examples being 09A, 09F, and 09M. Yet on this document, I'm only seeing the new location being reflected for 09A, and the other 2 staying at their normal locations when we've been communicated otherwise. And then to add to that concern, people have contacted me after I posted the document from Fulton County saying, well, I've just got a voter card that tells me to vote at my original location when we've seen documents that say otherwise. So this is just a large conundrum that Fulton County appears not to be handling very well. And so I just wanted to express those concerns, having our clerk on the line, and if he could speak to anything that he's learned How are people going to get informed that their precinct has changed? Why does this document that we've approved here does not reflect the Fulton County document? People need to be able to vote come Election Day, given so many people are still awaiting their absentee ballots.
Mr. Clark, if you could respond.
Yes. Just to provide clarity, I completely understand with the comments that Councilman Hillis has made. There has been brought to my attention there will be changes, and there has been changes. However, as the clerk, I cannot make any changes until I've been formally notified by Fulton County by way of the Board of Registration and Elections. Because of the COVID-19 impact, everything has been extremely fluid. Subsequently, the staff has made recommendations to the board that hasn't actually been adopted by the Board of Registration as of yet. And subsequently, because today is June the 1st and the election is on June the 9th, the only prudent thing that I could do is bring forward to the governing authorities for the City of Atlanta all information at my disposal. However, with the understanding that Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections are the authority on the polling place changes, and the governing body for the City of Atlanta simply ratifies their formal action once we receive their formal action. The absence of any formal action by the Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections, I cannot move any document forward to this governing authority.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Clerk. Again, just wanted to say, I completely understand what the clerk said. Basically, just a messenger, given this is a fully managed and at least supposed to be executed by Fulton County, but they've done a very pitiful and lackluster job, and I just hope that doesn't result in people being disenfranchised come Election Day.
Madam President?
Yes.
The substitute I need to read in, and that substitute does address some of Mr. Hillis's concerns.
Okay, Mr. Hillis, are you finished?
Yes.
Okay. Please read the substitute, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, it's a substitute ordinance by Committee on Council to amend City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, Section 66-2, precinct boundary lines and polling places by amending the 27 precincts and polling places ordinances in Fulton County, precincts 1G, 4K, 7M, 8G, 9A, 11P, 1D, 1E, 2C, 5F, 3I, 4F, 3L, 4V, 8D, 8N1, 8N2, 9M, 12F, 12G, and 12L due to the existing polling facilities undergoing renovations and polling locations no longer available due to COVID-19 concerns and for other purposes. So this substitute does include a lot more locations than the original paper that we read in before. I'll make a motion to approve as substituted.
Okay, there's a motion to approve the substitute. Mr. Hillis.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that.
Wait a minute. Hold on one second, Mr. Hillis. Is there a second?
I'll make the second.
Oh. Who's making the second?
Hillis.
Okay. So a motion by Massakai, second by Hillis. Mr. Hillis, you have the floor.
So yeah, when I was referencing my concerns, I was looking at the substitute and what's labeled the final attachment, and as I said, there's still some precincts that don't line up with the latest document I've seen from Fulton County. But like I said, hopefully Fulton County gets that ironed out, and we don't, or they don't rather, disenfranchise people come Election Day, as we've been waiting around for weeks for absentee ballot. Months, actually. But I'll leave my concerns there. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hillis. And I don't know if you're using your speakerphone, but you were breaking up a bit, but we did hear you. It's just a little low. So we have a motion by Massacre, a second by Hillis. Any further discussion? Anybody who's not spoken that does not have a speaker button? Seeing that, Mr. Clerk, let's open the vote on the substitute.
The vote is now open.
Hold on. Ms. Archibald, did you want to speak before we vote?
I'm afterwards.
Excuse me?
Afterwards.
Okay, so the vote is open. Yes, Mr. Conway?
I understand.
Okay, so now it is on the motion to adopt the substitute. Okay? Go ahead and finish the vote. Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Brown, how do you vote? Okay, Mr. Clark?
In favor?
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It's adopted. Ms. Archibald.
Wanted to know, thank you. I wanted to know from the clerk if it would be helpful to get a resolution or some way to get the Fulton County Board of Elections folks to get these ballots out to people that are waiting for them.
Mr. Clark?
I couldn't quite understand the question at the tail end. You were breaking up.
No, your phone was breaking up. My phone was just fine. No, I'm just kidding. My question was, would it be helpful to have a resolution or some statement from the council to urge the Fulton County Board of Electors to get those ballots out to people who requested absentee ballots?
At this time, I don't know if it would be prudent. I was notified last week, for everyone's edification, that Fulton County apparently had a vendor that was located in Arizona that was mailing out the absentee ballots. And to my understanding, at the beginning of last week, they were current on sending out those notifications via those absentee ballots. But of course, the request was that it would take 7 to 8 days in order for those ballots to be received here in Fulton County. That was the information that was provided to me. In addition to that, the county advised me that they will be sending out head of household mailings, which is different from your voter registration card, whereby everyone in a particular household will be notified where he or she's voting precinct is. It's my understanding those will be sent out, I believe, effective today. They will start, today, throughout the remainder of this week, because they recognize that there has been a challenge with communication when it came to voting precincts, as well as the delay in the absentee ballots.
Well, I join Mr. Hillis in being very concerned and disappointed in the whole timing of how information is going out to voters. Is this a paper that we need to send over to the mayor post-haste?
It is my intent that following the council meeting, I will be sending this paper over to the mayor for consideration.
Well, I would like to just add to that and by making a formal motion to send it to the mayor post-haste.
Second, Hillis.
Okay, there's a motion by Archibald and a second by Hillis to send this to the mayor's office post-haste, and we can vote on that. I just want us to understand that The clerk will not be able to send it over until immediately following the meeting because of our remote access, but he has indicated that he intended to do so. So is there any discussion on the motion to send to the mayor's office post-haste? Seeing none, let's open the vote on sending to the mayor's office post-haste.
Please hold. The vote is now open.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Bond, we're waiting on your vote.
It's not populating over here, John.
So how do you vote, Mr. Bond? So there you go. Mr. Clark, we're done.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes now. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It is adopted that we will send this to the mayor's office post-haste. Mr. Chair.
Sorry, I was on mute. Excuse me. That ends our business. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. I will now call on the Honorable Matt Westmoreland, Chair of the Community Development and Human Services Committee, to conduct his public hearing.
Thank you, Madam President. We do have one item that does require a public hearing. Should I read in the caption before or after?
Now.
Okay, I will do that. We have one item, colleagues, 20-0-1335, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet as substituted by the Community Development and Human Services Committee, authorizing the mayor or her designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to substantially amend the city's 2015 to 2019 consolidated plan for the purpose of entering into various emergency agreements with project sponsors to provide emergency support to vulnerable populations during the COVID-19 pandemic, using funds available to the city through the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. The city shall add to the anticipations and appropriations Community Development Block Grant funds in the amount of $4,209,808, Emergency Solutions Grant in the amount of $2,163,228, and Housing Opportunities for People with AIDS in the amount of $3,317,389 for the protection of the general public during the health crisis and for other purposes. I'd like to request unanimous consent to enter into a public hearing on Ordinance 20-0-1335.
Is there a second? Overstreet.
Second, Brown.
Okay, we have a second by Overstreet, a motion by Ms. Moreland to go into the public hearing. If there is no objection from anyone, we will, by unanimous consent, open the public hearing. I understand there are no messages, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am. In that case, I will make a motion to close the public hearing.
Is there a second?
Second, Matsakite.
There's a motion by Westmoreland and a second by Matsakite to close the public hearing. If there's no objection, on unanimous consent, we will consider the public hearing closed. Thank you. If there are no other items for the Committee of the Whole, Mr. Matsakite, I'll entertain a motion to exit the Committee of the Whole.
So moved, Madam President.
Second. Who made the second?
Yes.
Excuse me?
Smith. Carla Smith.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. A motion by Matsakite, second by Smith, to exit the Committee of the Whole on unanimous consent. If there's no objection, we will consider ourselves exit the Committee of the Whole. Now I will entertain a motion to adopt in gross all actions taken in the Committee of the Whole.
So moved, Smith.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Hillis.
Second by Hillis. Motion by Smith to adopt in gross all actions taken in the Committee of the Whole. Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, let's open the vote on adopting all actions of the committee as a whole in gross.
Please hold. The vote is now open.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Okay, Archibong.
Ms. Archibong, yes. How do you vote?
Yes.
All right, we have a yes by Archibong and Winslow, Mr. Clerk.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes now. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. We have adopted all actions taken in the committee of the whole in gross. Thank you. Now we'll move to our next standing committee, which is Community Development, Human Services Committee. The Honorable Matt Westmoreland, Chair.
Madam President, the only item we had on the agenda is the one we just took in Committee of the Whole.
Thank you. The next is Public Safety, Legal Administration. The Honorable Joyce Shepard, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I only have one item that was pulled off the consent agenda, and that was 20-0-1361, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Ellis, Joyce Shepard, Andre Dickens, Amir Faroki, Peter Winslow, Carl Smith, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Andrea Boone, Howard Shook, J.P. Masticott, Antonio Brown, Jennifer Ives, Michael Bond, Alan Archibong, and Matt Westmoreland to amend Chapter 150, Traffic and Vehicle, Article 3, General Rules of Vehicle Operation, to add Section 150-73 to be entitled Street Racing and Reckless Driving Exhibitions, to set penalties for violations and for other purposes. And we have been asked, as Public Safety Chair, I was asked by the administration to make a motion to move this back to the committee. The administration would like to take the time to review this legislation again and to actually do some much more comprehensive look at it and do some studies on it. And so they're asking that it be sent back to the Public Safety Committee. So that is the motion that's before us.
Okay, is there a second? Is there a second?
Second-eyed.
Okay, second by Ide, motion by Shepard to send it, to refer back to committee. I have Mr. Hillis as a speaker. Mr. Hillis.
Thank you, Madam President. Just wanted to speak a little bit about this legislation. So this legislation has been worked on for many months. It is crafted from legislation passed by many of our companion large cities that have issues with street racing. It was collaborated with the Atlanta Police Department, with our law department, with the solicitor's office. That was thankfully co-sponsored by all members of council. It passed out of Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee unanimously. I, before today's obviously coordinated effort by, from what I'm told, one of the members of council and the administration is all new. I've never received any concern from the administration. I've never received a concern via email, via phone from any member of the public about this legislation, nor the administration. And actually today, they didn't even bother to tell me, have the decency, the human decency to pick up the phone and call me and have a conversation about this legislation. They went through someone else. So, you know, this is a nationwide problem. It's a citywide problem. It affects every district. Obviously, every council member has co-sponsored it. And all members of the Public Safety Committee voted for it in public safety. So, I'm hesitant to send this back to committee for, more study. I'm not really sure what needs to be studied. This is a problem throughout the city. It's led to death, many injuries, deaths including children throughout the nation and in the state of Georgia. So the blood's not going to be on my hands. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you, Mr. Hillis. The next speaker is Mr. Shook.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to vote to send it back. I share Mr. Hillis's anxiety and concern and confusion as to why the law department came up with questions at this juncture. I want to say that, well, obviously none of us want to contribute to the passage of legislation that's going to be viewed as problematic and may lead to future lawsuits or whatever. But, I want to go on record as saying my constituents cannot stand this street racing. It's just a blatant violation of our laws for, so that a couple people can get their kicks. It's outrageous. And I want to thank the chair for giving it his best shot at coming up with a solution. I'm proud my name was on it. I'm going to vote to send it back, and I look forward to very quickly coming up with a better solution. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Shepherd.
Well, thank you, Mr. Shook. You said you want to thank the chair. I think you were referring to Mr. Hillis, but I am the chair. But thank you. I just want to say, when I talked to the administration earlier today, and I think in light of what we heard through public comment on the phone, I believe that some of their concerns may be concerns that we need to actually look at. I absolutely support this legislation. I was one of the first ones to let the mayor know that we have problems on our streets in the city of Atlanta with speeding and street racing. And so categorically, I am not saying that I did not support this legislation. But in light of what has happened in this last week with protests and people having a perception, unfortunately, of the police, some good and some bad, of the police department, what is happening is people will make assumptions that this particular legislation is actually being used as a format to do something that unintentionally it should not be used for. So we do need to go back, I believe, and look at the details of it, to look at and tweaking it if we need to, and looking at other sources and ways that what we can do to make it something that will most definitely protect our streets, but at the same time not take away rights of folks across the city. And so that is what I believe the intention may be. At least that's not my intention. So it is not, and I don't know the answer to that at this point. So I'm glad it's going back to a committee for it to be much more in-depth discussion as opposed to just holding it in the arms of council, because that would also send a message that this is just a ploy. I think we need to go back and have much deeper discussion on this. And so that is why I'm supporting sending it back. But I, again, want to go on record and let the people know that categorically we cannot tolerate street racing on our streets. But we should make sure that we get it right also. So that's where I am in terms of supporting this going back to the committee today. Thank you.
Next speaker, Mr. Hillis. Before Mr. Hillis, is there anyone who is not on the speaker button who would like to speak? Okay, Mr. Hillis.
Thank you, Madam President. So I'm going to support this going back to committee so we can have further discussion. Again, I stand by my previous comments. And also just want to add that, to me, where we are now in this environment and what this paper addresses are unrelated. They're mutually exclusive. As a matter of fact, I said I was in my district Saturday night listening to news reports of the protests, both by obviously legitimate protesters, which I totally support, and those other groups that were physically damaging property. And at the same time, I had street racers that neighbors, constituents in our neighborhoods were calling me about. So the groups are mutually exclusive. And I will be the first one to stand up against police brutality, against holding officers accountable, commend the mayor and the chief for their actions given the events of this weekend. And also, just want people to know that we, speaking collectively for the Public Safety Committee, and I was the chair of the past 2 years, we asked multiple times to have a meeting with our district's attorney, Mr. Howard, to get answers as to why officers who have committed bad acts, why their cases are held for years and not prosecuted. So I'm the first one to hold police accountable and want answers into those regards. But I also want to keep everyone in our city safe, and that goes for the people street racing and the people observing it. So hopefully we can, again, have some more robust discussion about this and get it back to council soon so we can give APD more tools to keep our citizens and our streets safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Shook.
No, thank you. Just wanted to quickly acknowledge to my friend and colleague, Joyce Shepard, that she is indeed the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. That was, I think, discussion on the motion to refer back to committee. Mr. Clerk, have we voted on that? I kind of got lost with all the comments.
We have not.
Okay, so let's open the vote.
The vote is open on the motion to refer.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Waiting on Mr. Westmoreland.
Westmoreland votes yes.
Mr. Clerk, that's all the votes.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes now. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It is referred back to the committee. Madam Chair?
Excuse me, this is Archibald.
Okay, Ms. Archibald, you proceed.
I'm just curious. Yes, thank you. I hate to interrupt. I voted no, and I saw my no vote reflected on my stand.
Mr. Clerk, could you clarify?
Madam President, on my end, we did see a no initially, and then it changed to a yes, but we will properly note that as 14 yeas, 1 nay. Thank you, Ms.
Okay,
Archibald.
14 yeas, 1 nay. It is referred back to the committee. Go ahead, Ms. Archibald.
I was just going to say, is someone hacking my vote, but that's okay. Thank you.
The clerk has noted it, and it will be in the official record. Okay, Madam Chair.
Madam President, that is all before this committee today. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, Madam Chair, I did want to indicate a couple things and ask one question for clarification. One for the members, because we are all remote at this point and are not at City Hall. I just wanted us to be aware that there is a protest that's taking place at this point at City Hall. And then secondly, Madam Chair, do you have any update as to the curfew and whether it's in effect for this evening?
No, I do not have any information at this point. I think hopefully the administration was listening and they will send something out to us to let us know. But at this point, they have not contacted me in reference to that.
Okay. If someone would please contact Ms. Shepherd so she can come back and report to the council. Please put your phones on mute so she can report to the council and the public. I have received text from someone in the public saying that they heard it was extended, but we need an official word from the administration. So, Madam Chair, hopefully at the end of the committee
I will make sure that as soon as I get it, I'll let you all know. As soon as I hear anything, I'll reach out right now, as a matter of fact. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next is Transportation Committee, the Honorable Andre Dickens, Chair.
Madam President, we do not have a report.
Great job. Next is the Honorable Jennifer I, Finance Executive Committee.
Thank you, Council President. I don't have any legislative items, but I do have several announcements. One thing, I have received a text from the city alert department that the curfew is starting tonight, so hopefully they'll reach out to Ms. Shepherd again on that. But on finance executive matters, we are starting back up the remote budget hearings again tomorrow, June 2nd, 2020 at 10 a.m. The hearings are going to be broadcast on Channel 26 and simulcast on the Council's website, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube pages. Tomorrow, we have the Department of Human Resources at 10, Executive Offices at 11, Department of Procurement at 1, and City Council at 2 o'clock. And then hearings will continue Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. We also tomorrow have the public hearing for the tax millage rate. This was has been published, but I wanted to just provide the information again. It is a remote public hearing. It's going to be broadcast on Channel 26 and again simulcast on the Council's website, Facebook, and Twitter pages, which are at ATL Council. The public toll-free access number is 877-499-2930. The conference IDs that can be used to dial in are 399-5242 or 4237466, and that information is available on the City Council website. That's at 6 o'clock. At 6:15, we will have the remote budget public hearing, and that's our interactive community budget session. There are several ways for the public to participate in that. You can submit emails to budgettalk@atlantagA.gov. On the City Council Facebook page and Twitter pages, you can send a direct message to Atlanta City Council. You can leave a voicemail by dialing 404-546-1928. You can text us at 404-548-2885. You can also send a short video message that will be played. So many ways for the public to submit their questions or their comments about our budget. Members of the administration will be available to provide responses to any of the public questions and comments. So I hope that my colleagues will participate, and I hope that members of the public who are listening in will take advantage of these several ways of participating in our interactive community budget session. And then my last announcement is to wish a happy birthday to our City Council staff member, Santana Kempson-Wright, who had a birthday over the weekend. So happy birthday, Santana. And that concludes my report.
Thank you so much. And I want to answer my own question that the curfew in the City of Atlanta has been extended starting tonight, June 1st, 2020, at 9 p.m. and continuing through sunrise tomorrow, June 2nd, 2020. Please stay home, and that has been posted on the city website. So we can now move to the next standing committee, which, hold on one second, the parliamentarian is contacting me. Everyone, please hold. All right, thank you for holding. And before we go to our last standing committee, Mr. Westmoreland?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I wanted to ask the question that's been raised. We did the public hearing in your committee, 20-0-1335. Did we need to act on that item, or you just were holding the public hearing?
Oh, no, we needed to act on that item as part of everything that came out of committee.
Yeah, we did not act on it. We only voted to go in and out of the public hearing. So I will entertain a motion from you to go into the committee of the whole so that we can act on that item.
I will make that motion.
Madam President.
Hold on one
President.
second. Yes, Mr. West.
Yes. According to the notation on this particular item as it came out of committee, the committee staff indicated that 5 days, that the public hearing had to be held 5 days prior to the adoption of the item. And I'm not certain if that's still the case. If it is, that means that the public hearing had to occur and then it has to be adopted at a later time. I can only go by what's on the agenda.
Yeah, that's what I was assuming, is that we were just fulfilling the public hearing obligation and that he would take it up at his next committee. So, Mr. Westmoreland, what is your pleasure?
My understanding was that this item was allowed to move forward out of committee on Tuesday, provided that there be a public hearing that took place 5 days after that. The time period that's normally required for public hearings was shortened due to the pandemic. And so my understanding was that it was everyone's intention to take action on this today, and I guess I would need to defer to law.
And let me ask one question for qualification, and I know the parliamentarians listening as well. What was your vote in the committee? Did you take any action in committee?
We moved it forward on condition that a public hearing be held within
you
5
adopted
days.
You adopted it on condition?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm understanding from CO Pace that it is correct. It is to be adopted today. So that would have been a part of your regular committee report. So what I'll do is go recognize you for your committee, and you can report that out of your committee, and we can vote unless I hear any objection from the parliamentarian, since you already voted on it and the condition has now been met. So if you would please restate the caption and the motion from the committee, and we can vote.
Yes, ma'am. So we have one item on the CDHS report. That is item 20-0-1335. I should read the caption again as well.
Yes, please.
Okay. An ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet as substituted by Community Development and Human Services Committee authorizing the mayor or her designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to substantially amend the city's 2015 to 2019 consolidated plan for the purpose of entering into various emergency agreements with project sponsors to provide emergency support to vulnerable populations during the COVID-19 pandemic using funds available to the city to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. The city shall add anticipations and appropriations Community Development Block Grant funds in the amount of $4,209,808, Emergency Solutions Grant in the amount of $2,163,228, and Housing Opportunities for People with AIDS in the amount of $3,317,389, and for the protection of the general public during this health crisis and for other purposes. And the motion coming out of committee was favorable on condition of the requirement, which has now been met. So I will make a motion to adopt.
The motion is to adopt. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, hearing no one to be discussed, let's open the vote.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote? Ms. Winslow and Mr. Bond, how do you vote? In favor? Mr. Bond, okay. We are finished, Mr. Clerk.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote now. The vote is now closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It's adopted. Is that it, Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am. That concludes my report. For sure.
Okay. We will now go to the City Utilities Committee. The Honorable Madeline Archibald, Chair.
Thank you very much, Council President and colleagues. This item 1 on page 44, we have one item, 20-0-1341, an ordinance for amendment number 3, Pratt Recycling. This, I don't have the caption pulled up. An amended ordinance by City Utilities Committee authorizing the mayor or her designee to execute amendment agreement number 3 with Pratt Recycling, Inc. for FC 9383 recycling processing services in an amount not to exceed $983,168.00 on a month-to-month basis for up to 6 months, retroactively effective April 30th, 2020 to October 31st, 2020, in accordance with Section 2-1163, solicitations or awards in violation of law, subsection C, remedies after award. All contracted work shall be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed, and for other purposes. The motion is to adopt.
The motion
second by Westmoreland.
Yes. There was a motion from the committee, so second is not needed. The motion is to adopt. If anyone wants to speak, let me know now. If not, let's open the vote, Mr. Clerk.
Please vote. The vote is now open.
Ms. Winslow?
What is your pleasure?
In favor.
Okay, Mr. Clerk?
The vote is now closed. Populating votes now. Yeas, 1 nay.
14 yeas, 1 nay. It is adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Madam President. That concludes our report.
Thank you. That concludes the report. We'll now go to items for immediate consideration. I understand there is one.
Yes, Madam President, I have one. If you can give me just a second, I'll pull it up.
All right.
Okay, it's coming up.
Okay, I don't know what I did.
All right, it is loading.
Yeah.
All right, thank you for your patience, colleagues. This is a resolution by Councilmember Madeline Archibald. You received it at 12:54 this afternoon if you'd like to follow along. It's a resolution requesting a briefing from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms' administration regarding its plans concerning the conduct of meetings of city boards, authorities, commissions, committees, or other similar bodies subject to Section 3-401 of the City of Atlanta Charter Charter in light of the continuing COVID-19 pandemic and report to the Committee on Council during its meeting scheduled to occur on July 6, 2020, with a copy to be submitted to all members of the Council and for other purposes. Whereas, like much of the world, the United States, the state of Georgia, and the city of Atlanta,
line unmuted,
responding to an outbreak of respiratory disease caused by a novel coronavirus, SARS-CoV-2, and the disease it causes named Coronavirus 2019, abbreviated COVID-19, and whereas on March 11, 2020, the World Health Organization declared the COVID-19 outbreak a pandemic, and whereas March 13, 2020, the President of the United States announced a national emergency in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, which included 2 emergency declarations, one under the National Emergencies Act and one under the Stafford Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act. And whereas on March 14, 2020, Governor Brian Kemp signed a public health state of emergency to address the COVID-19 pandemic through assisting health and emergency management officials across Georgia by deploying all available resources for the mitigation and treatment of COVID-19. And whereas the Center for Disease Control, CDC, has issued guidance on the emerging and rapidly evolving situation of the COVID-19 pandemic, including how to protect oneself from this illness. And whereas social distancing is recommended by the CDC to prevent the continued spread of this illness in the community, and whereas due to the COVID-19 pandemic, on March 15th, Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms declared there to be an emergency in existence within the city of Atlanta pursuant to Section 2-181, subsection A of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances. And whereas on March 15, 2020, in order to ensure the safety of city employees and members of the public, all City of Atlanta facilities, including City Hall and Municipal Court, were closed to the public beginning March 16, 2020, until further notice. And whereas in accordance therewith, City of Atlanta instituted a mandatory full telework deployment during this public closure period. And whereas pursuant to Section 2-182 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, the mayor may issue executive orders which applies to events of short duration and which expire at the next meeting of the Atlanta City Council, subsequent thereof, unless ratified by a majority vote of the members present and voting. And whereas according and due to the emergency closure of all City of Atlanta facilities to the public, the mayor issued an executive order via which the mayor ordered that all meetings of City of Atlanta boards, authorities, commissions, committees, and other similar bodies subject to Section 3-401 of the City of Atlanta Charter, which were scheduled or were otherwise required to occur during the period that City Hall and other city facilities are closed to the public in accordance with the city's response to COVID-19, to be postponed in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, to be postponed until such time as City Hall and other city facilities reopen to the public. And whereas Mayor Bottoms has reissued this order as necessary through the date of the approval of this ordinance, this resolution, it should be, in accordance with Section 2-182 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances. And whereas on March 23, 2020, Mayor Bottoms declared there to be the existence of an emergency within the City of Atlanta, which has been reissued no later than every 72 hours thereafter through the date of the approval of this ordinance in accordance with Section 2-181 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances. And whereas on April 2nd, 2020, Governor Kemp issued an executive order to ensure a safe and healthy Georgia, address the COVID-19 pandemic by implementing temporary actions necessary and appropriate to protect the health, safety, welfare of Georgia residents and visitors, including a directive requiring all persons in the state of Georgia to shelter in place within their homes or places of residence, effective beginning at 6 p.m. on Friday, April 3rd, 2020, and expiring at 11:59 p.m. on Monday, April 13th, 2020. And whereas on April 8th, 2020, Governor Kemp signed an executive order extending the duration of the executive order April 2nd, 2020.01, such that it shall not expire until April 30th, 2020 at 11:59 p.m. And whereas pursuant to executive order April 8th, 20.02, Governor Kemp also extended the public health state of emergency for the state of Georgia through May 13th, 2020. And whereas in accordance with the current state of emergency resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic, it remains unsafe for City of Atlanta employees, members of boards, commissions, and other similar bodies subject to Section 3-401 of the City of Atlanta Charter or members of the public to congregate in City Hall or other city facilities for the purpose of conducting their required meetings. And whereas, furthermore, as a result of the city's mandatory telework deployment put in place to eliminate the need for non-frontline employees to be placed in a position of incurring the hazard of exposure to coronavirus, the City of Atlanta is unable to ensure that any boards and commissions meetings would occur in a fully transparent manner in compliance with the Georgia Open Meetings Act, whereas on May 4th, 2020, in accordance with its desire that the boards and commissions BACE meetings shall only take place once the city is able to ensure that all such meetings will occur in full compliance with the Georgia Open Meetings Act and in a manner considerate of safety of all city employees, the board and commission members, and members of the public. The Atlanta City Council adopted Ordinance 20-0-1293, which ratified Mayor Bottom's executive order via which the mayor ordered the postponement of all BACE meetings which were scheduled or were otherwise required to occur during the period that City Hall and other city facilities are closed to the public in accordance with the city's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas Ordinance 20-0-1293 was signed into law by Mayor Bottoms on May 11, 2020, and in accordance with all BACE meetings shall not resume until such time as City Hall and other city facilities shall reopen to the public, and any matters pending before any BACE shall be stayed until such time as the BACEs may resume their meetings in accordance with Ordinance 20-0-1293. And whereas due to the uncertainty concerning the timing of when City Hall and other city facilities may reopen to the public as a result of the continuing COVID-19 pandemic, the Atlanta City Council would like to hear from Mayor Bottom's administration regarding its plans concerning the conduct of BACE meetings. And whereas it is the desire of the Atlanta City Council that this presentation shall be before the Committee on Council during its meeting scheduled to occur on July 6, 2020. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, that the Chief Operating Officer shall submit a report on Mayor Keisha Lance Bottom's plans concerning the conduct of meetings of city boards, authorities, commissions, committees, and other similar bodies subject to Section 3-401 of the City of Atlanta Charter in light of the continuing COVID-19 pandemic, and report to the Committee on Council during its meeting scheduled to occur on July 6, 2020, with a copy to be submitted to all members of the Council. Be it further resolved that this resolution shall be effective immediately upon approval, and that a copy of this resolution shall be submitted to the Chief Operating Officer by the municipal clerk upon approval. Be it finally resolved that all resolutions and parts of resolutions in conflict with are waived only to the extent of the conflict. The motion is to adopt.
Okay, we have a motion to adopt. Is there a second?
Second, Brown.
Second by Brown. If there's discussion, please indicate with the speaker button. Seeing no discussion, Mr. Clerk, let's open the vote.
Please vote. The vote is now open.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Westmoreland.
In favor.
Mr. Clark.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes now. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It is adopted. I had no other items for me. Thank you, Ms. Chair. Ms. Archibald, which you are Chair as well. Are there any other items for immediate consideration? All right. I will now go to the items to be referred. I'm going to go in the list in which I have them received. So if you're, I see Mr. Brown and Mr. Massakai waiting to speak. Unless you're speaking just generally, I was going to go down the list for items to be referred. Okay? So the first...
President Moore,
yes,
I'm speaking in general. Okay. I just need clarity, and if Councilmember Shepherd could provide some clarity, just because I'm unsure, I'm getting a ton of messages. With the curfew at 9 p.m. for people that have to go to work, are they exempt from that curfew?
No. Not as I know of right now, but I can get an answer from the administration for you and ask them to come in. Madam Chair, we may can ask the administration if we want to, since we're at the end of our meeting, if the administration wants to come and speak to the council on what's happening this afternoon.
I think it would be appropriate if we could get the law department to opine on that for us. But let's do that right after we do the papers to refer to committee. Let's do that, and then we'll ask the law department to explain to the public as they know what the effect of the curfew, and they can get any comments from the administration. So let's go. Thank you, Ms. Chair. Let's go to Ms. Archibald with 2 papers I have indicated. Ms. Archibald, your papers to be referred to committee.
Oh, I said, can you go to somebody else? I'll be ready in a minute.
Okay, Mr. Brown.
Yes, ma'am. The first paper that I have is an ordinance amending Ordinance 20-0-1028 to limit the building permit fee waiver program to growth areas of the city of Atlanta as designated by the Atlanta City Design and for other purposes.
The ELMS ID number, please.
Yes, ma'am. The ELMS ID number is 21898.
Community Development Human Services Committee. Next item.
A resolution establishing the Rodney Cook Senior Park Advisory Council to engage the community and provide recommendations of implementing policies and procedures for the future maintenance and improvement of the park and for other purposes. This is ELMS ID number 21881, and that concludes my legislation, President Moore.
Community Development Human Services Committee, Mr. Dickens. Mr. Dickens. We'll move on. Mr. Faroki.
Yes, Madam President. I have 3 items introduced. The first is an ordinance by Councilmember Amir Faroki to authorize the removal of 5 privately owned billboard faces and their supporting structures permitted under Part 16, Chapter 28A of the 1982 zoning ordinance of the City of Atlanta as amended in exchange for the right given to their owners to upgrade and or relocate 5 billboards where the upgrade in exchange may allow for the creation of the 14th Street Linear Park and the Peachtree Creek at Cheshire Bridge Road environmental project after the 5 privately owned sets of billboard faces and the supporting structures of relocated billboards are removed and for other purposes. ELMS number 21895.
The RB and zoning.
An ordinance by Councilmember Amir Faroki to rezone certain properties in the Kendall Park neighborhood from R5 two-family residential to R5C two-family residential conditional, to encourage compatibility of new construction with existing residential properties and reduce on-site parking for new two-family structures and for other purposes. Elms number 21879.
DRB and zoning.
And finally, an ordinance by council members Amir Faroki, Antonio Brown, and Matt Westmoreland to amend Chapter 94, Human Relations, so as to add a new Article 9 entitled, quote, Landlord Tenant Security Deposit Regulations, end quote, to provide for related regulations, requirements, and procedures, and for other purposes.
Elms number?
Elms number 21894.
Community Development, Human Services Committee. Mr. Hillis.
Thank you, Madam President. An ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis to amend the Atlanta Code of Ordinances, Part 2, General Ordinances, Chapter 58, Vegetation, Article 1 in General, Section 158-9, Abatement by the City, to authorize the abatement of uncontrolled weed growth and collection of junk, trash, and debris on properties within the City of Atlanta by the Department of Public Works, the Atlanta Police Department, or by the procurement of private contractor services and for other purposes. Elms ID 21887.
Public Safety, Legal Administration Committee.
An ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis to amend the Atlanta Housing Code of 1987, Article 1, Section 6, definition, so as to amend the definition of junk vehicle in reference to what items are included in the definition and for other purposes. Elms 21888.
Public Safety, Legal Administration Committee.
An ordinance by council members Dustin Hillis and Andre Dickens authorizing the mayor or her designee to make the intersection of DeFore Avenue Northwest and Harper Street Northwest in the Underwood Hills neighborhood an all-way stop controlled intersection, to authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes. Elms 21892.
Transportation Committee.
And that concludes my papers, Madam President.
Ms. Overstreet.
Thank you, Madam President. A resolution by Councilmember, first I'd like to add Councilmember Dustin Hillis to this paper. So a resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet and Dustin Hillis. A resolution authorizing the mayor or her designee to accept the donation by the Atlanta Police Foundation of a study to be performed by the Georgia Institute of Technology concerning the feasibility of adding one or more zones to the city's public safety coverage to ensure the safety of Atlanta residents and for other purposes. Elms number 21893. Happy birthday, Soror Santana.
Public Safety, Legal Administration Committee. Ms. Smith?
I actually have two today. My first one is Elms number 21823, an ordinance by Council Member Carla Smith to waive the sidewalk requirements to the Code of Ordinances for subdivision application at 788 Delmar Avenue, to provide that in lieu of constructing the required sidewalks at the subdivision site, the developer of the subdivision shall deposit $4,078.82. The dollar amount equal to the value of the required sidewalk into a designated trust fund account for Council District 1 and for other purposes.
Transportation Committee.
Thank you. My second one is Elms number 21886, a resolution by Council Member Carla Smith authorizing the mayor on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into a contractual agreement with WestCare, Georgia, for the installation of an electronic entry gate located at 827 Pryor Street, Atlanta, Georgia, for an amount not to exceed $25,100.00 for a term extending to December 31st, 2020. All contracted work shall be paid to and charged from accounts numbers listed and for other purposes.
Finance Executive Committee.
Thank you.
Ms. I.
Yes. The first one is a resolution by Councilor Jennifer Ide, a resolution authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to refund customers for overpayments to water and sewer accounts in an amount of blank, all funds to be charged to and paid from Fund Department Organization and account number 5051, Water and Wastewater Revenue Fund 0001, balance sheet default 1226009, refund payable and for other purposes, and the ELMS number is 21889.
Finance Executive Committee.
All right, hold on one second. The second one is not, I don't have the ELMS number yet, but it is an ordinance by Councilmember Jennifer Ann Ide, an ordinance to erect a historical marker in Oak Grove Park of Olmsted Linear Park to recognize the lynching in Druid Hills of Mr. Porter Turner and for other purposes.
Community Development Human Services Committee. Is that it?
That's I'll have to get the ELMS number to staff.
Yeah. Okay, so we need to get an ELMS number for that. Thank you. Mr. Westmoreland.
Thank you, Madam President. I have one item. An ordinance by Councilmember Matt Westmoreland authorizing the transfer of $7,000.00 from the Post 2 at Large carry forward account to the Post 2 at Large salaries permanent part-time account and for other purposes. ELMS number 21897.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm moving too fast. Finance Executive Committee. Ms. Archibald, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am, I am. All right. Let's see. ELMS number 21890. It's an ordinance by Councilmember Madeline M. Archibong to amend the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, Part 2, General Ordinances, Chapter 2, Administration, Article 2, Council, Division 2, Meetings, Subdivision 1, General Provisions, Section 2-68, Places where meetings held, to provide for the conduct of remote meetings held in accordance with the Georgia Open Meetings Act, OCGA Section 50-14-1, set to amend the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, Part 2, General Ordinances, Chapter 2, Administration, Article 2, Council, Division 2, Meetings, Subdivision 2, Rules of Procedure, Section 2-96, Presence at Meetings, Voting on Questions, to permit remote participation in accordance with the Georgia Open Meetings Act and for other purposes.
I think that one, Georgia Open Meetings Act, that will be Committee on Council. You have an ELMS number?
Yeah, I gave it. It's 21890.
Committee on Council.
Okay. Now I'm going to give you the ELMS number for the second one. It's 21891. And the ordinance, an ordinance by Councilmember Madeline M. Archibong to amend the rules of council to address remote meetings via telecom in accordance with the Open Meetings Act, OCGA 50-14-1, and for other purposes.
Committee on Council.
Thank you.
Mr. Dickens. Mr. Dickens.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I am introducing a paper today, ELMS number 21896, and it is an ordinance by Councilmember Andre Dickens, an ordinance authorizing the transfer of $7,000 from the Post 3 at Large carry forward account to the Post 3 at Large salaries perm part-time account and for other purposes.
Finance Executive Committee, the ELMS number?
Yeah, the ELMS number is 21896.
Thank you. Any other items to be referred? Please indicate with your speaker button. If you don't have a speaker button, speak up.
Andrea Boone.
Okay, Ms. Boone, I see everyone. Ms. Boone is next.
An ordinance by Andrea Boone. An ordinance authorizing the behalf of the City of Atlanta to exercise contract renewal option number 2 with E-Civis, Inc., accordance with 21163 of Article Procurement for Real Estate, the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, on behalf of the Department of Grants and Community Development for the Grants Network Research for services agreement for an amount not to exceed $56,200.00, effective May 1st, 2020 through April 30th, 2020. All contracted services will be charged to and paid from FCOA 1001 General Fund 340101 Administrative Support 5316015 Software 132000 Chief Executive and for other purposes. ELMS number 21885.
Community Development, Human Services, and Finance Executive Committee.
Okay, I have one more. An ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, an ordinance amending the FY 2020 intergovernmental budget by adding to anticipations and transferring to and from appropriations in the amount for the purposes of reprogramming HOPWA for inclusion in the 2019 plan of the 2015 through 2019 consolidated plan, authorizing the mayor on behalf of the city to extend the contract.
Ms. Boone, you're breaking up. You're breaking up, Ms. Boone.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Can you hear me now?
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. An ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, an ordinance amending the FY 2020 intergovernmental budget by adding to anticipation and transferring to and from appropriations in the amount for the purpose of reprogramming for inclusion in the 2019 annual action plan of the 2015 to 2019 consolidated authorized mayor of the city of Atlanta to extend the contract for agreement for 2018 housing for persons with AIDS. HOPWA sponsors approved by Order 18-0-1393 for the purpose of various HOPWA projects. HOPWA project sponsors will continue to provide facility-based housing, permanent housing, placement tenant-based rental assistance, special needs housing, short-term rent, mortgage, utility assistance, emergency lodging, recuperative care, other approved eligible HOPWA activities to persons living with HIV/AIDS. Said activities to be charged to and paid from 250-135-2511, 541-000, and for other purposes. ELMS number 21883. Thank you, Madam President. That concludes my...
Okay, so that goes to Community Development Human Services Committee. And I'm also going to just be sure to send it to Finance Executive because I'm not sure which accounts they were coming out of. So both of those committees. The next is Mr. Massakai.
Thank you, Madam President. I have one paper today. It's an ordinance by Councilmember J.P. Massakai to amend the Eastside TAD redevelopment plan for tax allocation district number 5, Eastside TAD, so as to modify the list of authorized redevelopment costs to include payments in lieu of taxes to the City of Atlanta as compensation for the loss of tax revenue during the period of economic disruption caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and for other purposes. And that is ELMS number 21882. Thank you very much.
Community Development, Human Services, Finance Executive Committee. Ms. Shepherd?
Yes. An ordinance by Councilmember George Shepherd to ratify Mayor Keisha Lance Bottom's executive order ordering the extension of the hazard pay policy implemented pursuant to Ordinance 20-0-1298, applicable to frontline City of Atlanta employees working in areas necessary for the elimination or reduction of immediate threats to life, public health, or safety, whose work could expose them to the coronavirus, such that it shall remain in effect through September 30th, 2020, and for other related purposes.
Do you have an ELMS number?
The ELMS number is ELMS number, 21884. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Hold on 1 second. Finance Executive Committee. Okay, continue, Ms. Shepherd.
I was just saying I have an answer from the administration to your questions at the end. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other papers to be referred? If not, Ms. Shepherd, we'll take your update now.
Okay. I just got the phone with Ms. Chubb, and basically they're in the process. We're trying to get...
Could you, Ms. Shepherd, And I don't know if you're on speaker or if you can get closer to your phone and speak a little louder.
Okay, I'm sorry. Is that better?
A little bit.
Okay. I was just on the phone with Ms. Chubb from the administration. They are right now tied up with some other things and can't come to us, but they are of course, the curfew is in effect through this evening. If people are working or going to work or coming from work or doing whatever's necessary for them to go to where they need to go, the police will not lock them up or actually do anything to them. So that was one of the specific questions that I asked of them, and they said categorically not. They just had to let them know what's going on, but no, they will not be detained.
Thank you, Ms. Shepherd. The next, I will call on any members that may have announcements or general remarks. I would like to know, for the public to know, so please indicate if you would like to speak. I would like to say to the public that after the general remarks, we will be moving into an executive session. And after we come back from that executive session, we will make a motion to come out of executive session, and then we will go immediately to the adjourning roll call. So we will be taking up no other business after we go into executive session. So any council members who have general remarks, please sign up. The first is Mr. Michael Julian Bond.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to briefly comment on the activities that have taken place in our city over the weekend. I applaud the peaceful protest for the violence and property damage that was done by those who took advantage of the peaceful protest. Our nation is at a real crossroads on how best to treat every American equally. And I believe that this is a time for the city of Atlanta, state of Georgia, to come to the forefront and to show the country how we've best done things here through the Atlanta way. I come from a history of activism in my personal life, from my family and extended family. I understand that positive, peaceful demonstration is what leads to progress. So I hope that we as a city and with our partners at the county and state level will reach out to those who are organizing, who are peacefully demonstrating, to work on solutions. Demonstrations are designed to bring attention to an issue, but there's work that has to be done beyond the demonstration. So I want to applaud our mayor, our police chief, the governmental partners who assisted and continue to assist us in keeping the peaceful protesters and our citizens and our city safe. I want to make a special comment on the officer who was struck by the ATV, and we pray for him and wish for him a speedy recovery. We pray for the students who were maligned this weekend in a tragic traffic stop, the treatment that they received, and applaud the chief and the mayor for their quick response in dealing with those who were at fault. And so I hope that we can continue to be an example and a beacon to the country, and I hope that sooner than later we can all gather around the table to work constructively to address the grievances that have been raised by the peaceful protesters. I can tell you that I have been overwhelmingly sad this entire weekend by what I've witnessed when I've seen their movement co-opted by whether they're those on the left or the right that have sought to malign and saying what they have attempted. I hope that the council, along with the administration and our other governmental partners, will reach out to make sure that we are moving forward in the tradition of this city to be a beacon of peace, of recognizing civil rights and progress, that we would do so as soon as possible. And so, this is my hometown, and I have really, my heart goes out to all who have been wronged and feel that they have no voice and feel that the powers that be have not responded. But I want them to know that they have been heard and that we are able to come to the table and to help and to address their needs. And so with that, the door is open. And I hope that we will take that initiative to meet them at the table. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Brown.
Thank you so much, Madam President, and I appreciate the opportunity today to speak. I would like to thank my colleague, Councilmember Westmoreland, for standing with me today at the peaceful protest outside of City Hall, where over 300 young people gathered to allow their voices to be heard. At this time, it's important, as a city, we begin to move into action. Yesterday, a group of elected officials and community stakeholders, Representative Park Cannon, Erica Thomas, Senator Nikema Williams, and Dr. Rashad Ritchie held a press conference outside of the Fulton County Jail to stand against the excessive force used on Tanaya Pilgrim and Messiah Young. I appreciate the swift efforts of Mayor Bottoms and Police Chief Erica Shields. But the work isn't done. There is more work that needs to be done to address excessive force within our local police. We've established next steps to address the injustices being experienced in our city. We formed the Metro Atlanta Uprising Task Force to give our young people a voice during these unprecedented times. More information will be released soon by Representative Park Cannon and the entire committee around the Metro Atlanta Uprising Task Force. We've established a dedicated phone line for people to call in to express their concerns. And for the public listening, you can reach this phone line at 470-542-9657. Again, that number is 470-542-9657, and allow their voices to be heard. We are putting together a citywide town hall to allow our young people to not just protest, but to compile solutions to present to our government and elected officials to cease the protesting once these solutions are met. One last thing that I think is important to address on this call. The peaceful protests that have been happening throughout this city should not be misconstrued with the Antifa group or the agitators that are strategically infiltrating these peaceful protests and disrupting positive change that these people are out here trying to make. So I ask my Atlanta City Council colleagues to stand with us together so we can truly affect change in this city and not just talk about it, but allow our actions to be a reflection of that change we seek. Thank you so much, Madam President.
Thank you. Mr. Schutz.
Yeah, thank you. I want to briefly piggyback on Mr. Bond's comments. I may not be quite as optimistic, but my fear is because of kind of outside influence of the kind that Mr. Brown was just referencing. I wonder if they're going to put the Atlanta Way in ICU. I just want to express on behalf of my constituents that I've struggled to represent my gratitude for their unfailing, ceaseless, sleepless support over the last couple of days. I'm talking to the men and women of APD, Atlanta Fire Rescue, and Corrections. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members?
Yes, Madam Chair. I just want to say, this is Councilmember Shepherd. I just want to say that I've been with the police department in the last couple of days as public safety chair, and it is like a war room, and they are organizing and doing everything they can. I'm amazed, and they are working from day in. They don't go home till 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and then they're back at 2, 3 o'clock in the evening getting ready for the next day. They're preparing right now as we speak to get ready for this afternoon and out across the city. We should give them applause for all they're doing. I am very proud as a city of the best we can do. I am very sad about what happened with our students the night before. I'm glad that Mayor Bottoms and Chief Shieldsville made a decision very quickly. I appreciate that. But we should give all the folks, in addition to being on top of the COVID-19, that we're dealing with something that is just unbelievable. And so I think as a city, we're doing the best we can, and I will always support what's right for all of our citizens in the city of Atlanta, including protests. I was in the 70s and 80s. I was out there being just like these young folks out there. So I know it from one end to the other. But we have to do what we need to do. So thank you all so much, and I just want to say kudos to all the folks with the police, fire in particular. A lot of things have happened this weekend. But thank you all so much for what they do for the city of Atlanta. Thanks.
Thank you. And I just want to add, I know that we try to make sure that we get everyone in, but I do want to make sure that we recognize our public works, solid waste, watershed, all of the departments of the city, our law department, our other administrative staff, the executive staff, everybody, including council members, are working hard throughout this effort. Any other council members? Okay, hearing none, I will turn it over to the law department to explain. Please put your phones on mute for the law department to explain the purpose of our executive session, and then I will entertain a motion. Ms. Hickson?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Very good. There is one pending litigation matter, one potential litigation matter that needs to be discussed.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved, Brown.
Mr. Brown is making a motion to go into executive session. Is there a second?
Second, Hillis.
Second by Hillis. Motion by Brown to enter into the executive session. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote.
Please hold. The vote is now open.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Can you count me as a yay also, Madam Chair?
Then please recognize yourself.
Shepherd.
Shepherd, yes. Winslow, yes. I'm waiting on a vote from Ms. Boone and Mr. Westmoreland.
Westmoreland, yes.
Yes, Boone.
Okay, so we have affirmative votes from Shepherd, Boone, Winslow, and Westmoreland, Mr. Clerk.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. We have adopted the motion to go into executive session. Again, for the public and for members, you can hang up on this line and members call the secured line. For the public, we will come back after we finish our executive session and we'll immediately go into roll call and we will adjourn the meeting. So please, all members, call in the secured line. We are now going into executive session. Okay, my line is unmuted. Members, will give them a couple more seconds.
I was reading my list.
Please make sure your phone is muted. Mr. Clark, or have you joined the line?
Yes, Madam President.
Let's have the roll call, please.
President Moore,
Present.
Council Members Bond,
Present.
Westmoreland, Dickens,
Present.
here, Smith,
Here.
Baroque,
Here.
Brown,
Here.
Winslow,
Present.
Archibong,
Here.
Hyde,
Here.
Shook, Matsakite, Hillis,
Here.
Boone,
Present.
Overstreet,
Present.
Shepherd.
Present.
Thank you.
All right. I'll
Westmoreland,
entertain a motion. Westmoreland is present. I'll entertain a motion to come out of executive session.
So moved.
Brown.
Okay. Who made the motion? Who made the motion? Was that Brown? I heard Brown.
It was Brown. Westmoreland in second.
Oh.
Okay. So a motion by Brown, second by Westmoreland to come out of executive session. Mr. Clerk, would you open the vote if there's no discussion?
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Dickens, how do you vote? Ms. Ide?
Yes.
Mr. Shook? Mr. Massacite? Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Yes. Please populate those votes. Ms. Boone, Ms. Winslow, and I thought I heard somebody else.
Ide was a yes.
Then I. Yes, thank you. The others are not.
Closed. Populating now. Twelve yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. We have returned to regular session and exited from executive session. Mr. Clerk, can you do the adjourning roll call, please?
Yes. President Moore.
Present.
Council Members Bond.
Here.
Westmoreland.
Here.
Dickens. Smith.
Here.
Baroque.
Here.
Brown.
Here.
Winslow.
Present.
Archibong.
Here.
Ide.
Here.
Shook.
Yeah. Okay.
Matsakite. Hillis.
Here.
Boone.
Present.
Overstreet.
Present.
Shepherd.
Present.
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Bond.
Second.
Bond. Motion by Bond, second by Smith to adjourn. On unanimous consent, we stand adjourned. Thank you all. Be safe.
Thank you, President.